Alrighty then. We are live. It is Sunday, of course, and we got a few things to talk
Yes.
about. Um, and of course, Shinpachi is here, as always,
Yes.
as he should be, the
Yes.
co-host,
Yes.
the co-host with the
Indeed.
most.
Yeah. You almost said
So,
hostess with the
how's it
mostest, but that
going?
would have been really gay. Everything's going good. How about you?
Yeah, been okay. I mean, technically no, because I've been throwing up,
Okay.
so I gotta get that figured out tomorrow. What's going on there? That's actually
Yeah.
why I didn't say much towards the end because I was actually throwing up. Um, and I know you had texted me like, "Hey, where are you?" Whatever. So then I briefly told you, and then I came back. I'm seeing the chat, and I see a Paul said Rev is asleep or something like that. And I'm
Yeah.
thinking like, no, no.
No, you were just
So
losing your
and like,
lunch somewhere.
yeah, yeah. And then like shortly after, when the podcast was over, I just started throwing up again. So I threw up again
Yeah.
during the week. And then yesterday I threw up. So yeah, I got to figure out what's going on
Could be
because
something you
very
ate. Could
weird.
be could be a minor stomach bug because it is the seasonal change. And what happened with
Yeah.
throwing up kind of lines up with the seasonal changes.
Yeah. So it's like I eat a whole
So
lot anyway. So I'm kind of like a
it's
light guy
probably
anyway.
it's probably that. It's probably just a seasonal change or something.
Yeah. But don't worry, Apollo. I haven't had Subways in like years. So I've
I like
mostly been eating. I've
Subways.
been eat. Yeah, it's fine for what it is. But I haven't had it in a while. So, but yeah, I mostly just eat stuff that I make. So I make myself, whatever. So I don't
Yeah,
know. Nothing out of the ordinary as far as like what I'm eating, how I'm making it, or anything like that. So it's kind of weird. So
yeah,
hopefully I get some answers tomorrow because I don't want to be hearing like, I don't know, who knows? You never know what it is. I'm like, well, fuck, I come all here. I didn't come all the way here for nothing.
yeah. It
Yeah.
probably is a weather thing because otherwise you don't really feel sick, right?
No, no, like throughout the day before anything, like no,
Yeah,
I feel pretty fine. So
yeah. So maybe it's just like a stomach bug or something like that. The fact that you don't feel sick otherwise is kind of like a sign that it might be something that's not that bad or something simple.
yeah, so yeah, I'll figure it out. Oh, and Apollo, yeah, I make sure I don't cook my chicken halfway. Definitely not. I make sure it's nice and crispy and good.
Yeah, you got to make that shit charred,
Yeah,
borderline charred.
yeah. So, how's everyone else doing in the chat? I hope you all had a good week. I do plan on having a video about Silent Hill F during the week if everything goes according to plan. Uh, Obviously, I didn't play the game. I don't play slop. I try to stick to that. Um, you really don't have to. You can just watch streams. That's what I did. I didn't watch people stream the game from beginning to end, but I feel like I saw enough to get the grasp of what the game is going for. I've seen some screenshots of the
Silent Hill
obvious.
feminism.
Yeah, so I seen enough of that, and I kind of figured that's what it was going to be because there was like some chatter about that beforehand, but I wasn't sure. So it is what it
Well,
is.
like when it comes to Silent Hill, there's always like a deeper subtext in the game, right? So there's always a deeper subtext, and they always have like a deeper message or like some kind of deeper trauma going on. And for this character, they chose Japanese patriarchy as the thing that's causing her trauma, which is pathetic. Because
Yeah, it
in
is.
Homecoming, Shepard had to deal with like his treatment of his brother, being selfish, being kind of a dick. And then James went through what he went through, and every character goes through their own shit, but like, apparently with her it's about her familial relationships with men, like her father and like society.
Hmm.
And I find that to be like, that game is literally about feminism. It literally is about feminism. So no one can sit here and
Yep.
tell you like, oh, it's not about that, it's whatever. It's like, bro, like that's the subtext of the game.
Hmm. Yeah.
And why
I
would
mean,
any sane
the
person want to
journalists
play that?
journalists were even saying it themselves. Oh, F is for feminism and whatever is tackling these issues. And some people were speculating, oh, this is journalists trying to sabotage it. They're trying, they're trying to make the game out to be something that they want it to be, and
No,
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 actually,
no. It actually,
no,
they're right. They're right. It is actually
yeah,
about that. And also, you know, and also you got to remember that when it comes to those kind of ideas, a lot of those what you quote, I don't even like calling them journalists. They're not. They're barely journalists. Anyone could write a fucking article online. But anyway,
yeah,
whatever.
hacks.
They're not journalists. But anyway, so in that case, they're saying they hate Japan, bro. They hate Japanese culture because Japanese culture is one of the few that still has like. I'm sorry, excuse me. Maybe I'm getting sick. No, but they have like a
Flu.
thank you. So they have like a patriarchal. Not I don't even want to say patriarchal, but like they just have like more traditional nuclear family values. And you've seen over the years that a lot of Western journalists they criticize Japan heavily for that stuff. I mean, remember the thing with McDonald's when they
Hmm.
just showed a normal family in a commercial, and then like the leftists went ape shit
Everyone
with
lost
that
their mind. Yeah.
with that anime. So like on that anime commercial, so it's like they just hate those values, those nuclear home values that Japan still carries to a degree. Granted, Japan has a lot of problems like with other things going on, but that's just kind of like a silly one, you know?
Hmm. Yeah, I agree. So that was something I was gonna say. God damn it. Whatever. I don't know. I forgot. Oh yeah. What something? Tasty Zero. I know he was saying it sarcastically, but give me a second. Uh, no, no, not that.
On a side note, I came to the conclusion that if you just put metal music on Doom 3, tonally, it wouldn't feel that different from the other Doom games, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure. You know,
Because I was
very
playing one
similar in
time
many ways.
when I was playing, I put on like the only thing they fear is you, like as background music, and I put like the original Doom music. I'm like, this shit like flows very well with the gameplay. So it's kind of funny to me. I'm like, damn, like so if you just change the music, this is random. I know it's random, but I was thinking about it because even like Doom 1 and 2, if you played like Final Doom and you put the music, the music is like more like creepy and muted. It's like there's barely any music on PS1 Doom or
Mhm.
Doom 64, and it feels more like a horror game. And that's just because of the absence of the music. But
Yeah.
if you put on but once you put on the rock music, that changes like the tone of the game. So it's kind of funny because like even Doom 3, if you just put some metal music, it feels more like it just kind of feels more like the old ones, in my opinion.
Hmm. All right. Tasty Zero. This is what it was. You got to play it to have. You got to. Yes, right. You got to play it to have any opinion and pattern recognition. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. That's what they. That's what they all want to. Tell you. You gotta spend the $70 or spend extra for the deluxe edition to get it 3 days early, so that way opinion before anyone else. All that good stuff.
But that's a trap, right? Because then if you do well, it's like, all right, if you don't buy the game, they're like, oh, well, you didn't even play it. So how you know it's bad? Blah, blah, blah. Exactly what you said. But then if you do buy it, they say, oh, but you bought it anyway, though. But you bought it anyway, though. You played it anyway, though. You see a lot of
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
YouTubers that talk about it,
Always
like
gonna move the goalposts.
Vera Dark and shit, where they get like criticized for that. Well, you played the game, you bought it, like But I think she has addressed before. But the point is that if you play it, oh, you bought it anyway. It's not that bad after all. You bought it anyway, so it doesn't matter what you say. But then if you just criticize it based off what you see, then all of a sudden that's not good enough either. So in a way, you have to just
Yeah,
accept it. You can't make these people happy regardless.
yeah. And also, like, those aren't the people you're trying to like talk
Sell your
to
game to?
because
Oh, well,
well,
yeah.
that too. But I'm talking about the people who like talk against like the woke shit. Like
Bro is
people
mad.
like that, they're not.
Bro is mad.
Yeah, they're not your audience. They're never gonna be your audience. This is gonna be people who are always gonna be hovering over your channel or hovering over whatever post wherever you are on social media to try to look for a gotcha moment or find something to
Yeah.
complain about. You know,
But did
so
you know?
and then,
Did you
and then
know?
they'll
Did
claim
you
that,
know?
oh, you're miserable. You hate everything. Well, you keep fucking hovering over my channel, so concerned about what I'm doing and
Didn't you
shit.
know though? Didn't you know? Revenant, did you know? Bro is mad.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Bruh is mad
Bro,
about this. Bruh is mad about that.
bro is mad, bro. Bro
Yeah,
is
you're
mad.
you're istphobe, whatever the fuck they want to call you
But no,
during
but you gotta
the day of the week.
understand. Revenant, you have to understand, please. Bro is mad. Understand it. Bro is mad. Bro is mad.
Yep. Yeah, I know I'm gonna get those comments as usual when I talk about
Bro
Silent Hill F.
really, bro
You
really
didn't play the
criti-
game. Oh yeah. Oh, do you even play games? Yeah, I play. I
bro,
play games. I don't play slop. That's the difference. So
bro really criticized game 24789X. Bro really criticized game 249X, the greatest game of all time that I won't talk about in a year. Bro's mad. Bro's just mad. That's who you're dealing with.
yep.
So, but I don't think you. I'm not of the opinion that you need to play something to know that it's bad, because there are many
Yeah.
things that are bad that I do not need to experience for myself, such as getting blasted by a shotgun. I probably don't want to be blasted by a shotgun, you know. So I don't think I need to try that to know that I don't want to do it.
Yep.
Um,
What's up, Neozoic, and hello to anyone who just got here now, and just everyone in general, of course.
Yo, Neozoic, what's up, bro? How's it
You
going?
had wrote Revenant and Jinpachi. Well, he actually wrote Remnant and Jinpachi. Question: which company is worse, Disney or Nintendo? Disney.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm leaning
Well,
more towards them.
Disney is
They both
worse.
suck. They
No,
both
no, but
really suck.
Disney has been more damaging. Disney has been
Yeah,
far more
yeah,
damaging to like
yeah,
different things. I think Nintendo. I feel like Nintendo has not gotten fully evil yet. They're halfway. They're like halfway there. They're not like Disney where they just went full like. You know how they say like never go full retard. You know like the Tropic Thunder never go full retard.
yeah,
I
yeah,
feel like
yeah,
I feel like they actually have not gone full retard yet, even though they are pretty bad.
yeah.
While as opposed to
They're getting
Disney,
there, but they're not
where
there yet.
they're not exactly there yet. They're far along though, but Disney is like full on like ape shit, lunatic agenda shit. Like
Mm-hmm.
the lunatic, they're on the lunatic fringe, I would say.
Oh, definitely.
Put a chick in
Um,
it, make it gay.
hold on, my daughter
My
had
dad,
said something.
welcome, my
My
dad.
daughter. Um,
Welcome, my dad.
my daughter. Reverend Remnant, how do you
No, you're
know
saying it
that
wrong.
shit
It's
tastes
my dad, my dad, my
Madarra.
dad, my dad.
Madarra. Is that good?
Remember that? Yeah, that's better.
Making it
My
right? Okay.
dad. Yeah, it's better. My
Madarra.
dad.
He
Yeah, my dad.
he wrote. All right. How do you know that shit tastes bad? Have you ever eaten some? Exactly. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I never personally ate shit myself, so I guess I can't talk bad about shit. I can't say it smells bad, it looks bad, that it probably tastes bad, and you probably get sick from eating it. But who
Ironically,
knows? I don't know. I never had it, so who knows? So,
ironically, I've been saying that on your channel since for like years. Like just in comments, I've said that to you many times. I don't need
yeah,
to
no.
know. I don't need to eat shit to know it tastes bad. That's like it's like such a good way to word that, you know? Like that's like the classic example. The other one is,
Mhm.
diarrhea is probably worse than normal shit, but still shit. That's the other one. That's the other like the other side note to that. So it's kind of funny, but I completely agree.
Yeah. Okay. So, you remember the topics, right? I mean, you
Why
did
don't
last
you,
week, so you know.
why don't you go over them again for the people who don't know in the chat?
Okay. All right. You sure you don't want to do it?
I remember it, but you could go ahead and do it.
Right. Right. Okay. So the Wolverine gameplay was revealed at Sony's another mid state of play,
Yes.
or Wolverine, whichever you want to call it. Um,
Wolver
Crimson
Queen.
Desert finally has a release date. Well, oh,
Woke for Queen.
what was that?
Woke for Queen.
Wolf.
Woke for
And
Queen.
Ananta web swing drama. I don't know if you heard about it. Have you seen the trailer for it?
I have
The
seen
recent
that
one?
actually. I have seen it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So there's been some drama. People claiming that they stole it from Insomniac.
Okay. So in India, so in all those classic pulp films where the hero swings across a rope, did they steal that from Spider Man, or did Spider Man steal it from them?
Hmm.
in all the 70s and 60s and 50s movies, when a guy swings on a rope into like a lake or something, I guess that was copying Spider-Man. I guess apparently you can now own swinging from a rope. Is
Uh,
is Attack on Titan copying Spider-Man because they have the fucking the what are they called again? The gear things,
yeah, I think that's what it's
like
called.
something gear, shift gear
Yeah.
shifting, whatever shift gear. I forgot what it's called. Honestly,
Mhm.
like come on,
I mean,
bro.
that's actually similar to what was happening with Shadow of Mordor. That was the first one, right? Shadow of Mordor.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, they were.
yeah,
I forgot the guy. He was like claiming that they stole the engine or the animation from Assassin's Creed 2, I believe,
yeah.
something
But I
like
mean,
that.
there's also like but so many ways to skin a cat, right? Like, where do you draw the line? Is it like you draw the line like the way that somebody carries an assault rifle, or the way that somebody carries, the way armor is like had or whatever? Like, in the end of the day, man, like there's really nothing new under the sun. I think that it's kind of silly to try to claim ownership of like simple abstract concepts. And I think I consider swinging an abstract concept. I mean, there are spiders in real life that can swing off their uh, off their webs, and they can like glide with their webs. So if you make something that's copying even
Mhm.
from some real life spiders, someone can say you're copying Spider-Man. So what's the point?
Yeah.
Where do you draw the line? You know?
Uh, D-Day X isn't Ananta published by Sony? I'm not sure. I thought it was by NetEase or whatever they're called on Data Publisher, or maybe they're the developer. I'm not sure.
Mm,
I think maybe Sony has some type of marketing deal with them or something. Because isn't that
maybe.
also coming to, like mobile and PC as well or something?
I don't know. I know that
I'm
now
not
that
sure, to be honest.
I just know that since they're phasing Japan out of their shit, that they're cooked. They're done. Like
TCZ, I think it's kind of like gotcha slop in a way. It's apparently what I heard. You're not gonna have to grind like that to get characters. It's the gotcha mechanics is more so for like for cosmetics and like vehicles and stuff like that. Um,
I just miss
but
the days when
yeah,
you would have a
I'm pretty sure that's
complete
what it is.
game, you know?
Yeah, the way it's like the way the trailers are set up, you would think that it would be like a single player game, maybe with online features, like a regular like full game, not like a free to play game. So I don't know, it's kind of weird. And I kind of feel like while the trailers like trailers make the game look great and all. No, I know it's made by China, so I definitely don't trust that. And but aside from who's making it and where it's being made, what's being shown does look good. I will say that. But mind you, it's a trailer, and then when you play these, a lot of times when you play these free to play games, cutscenes and all that
They're
look good. And then when you
very
get that,
limited.
yeah, then
Yeah.
when you get down to playing it and how the interface and everything is, it definitely is like, yeah, I'm definitely playing a free to play game.
Don't be
That's
surprised
kind of
if
how
when
I
you
felt
get
with the first Ascendant.
yeah. Well, don't be surprised that if you actually play the game, you're gonna be like it's gonna be much more bare like not want to say bare bones, but like I guess janky than people think it is because the fact that if as far as I know, there's an online multiplayer component, right? Isn't there? If I'm
Yeah,
not mistaken.
I believe.
And
I think
once you
so.
have something like that, then the physics, the fidelity of the game has to be compromised for the to support the physics or to support multiple players playing at the same time. That's why when you play GTA 5 or Red Dead Online, Red Dead 2 specifically, because of the complexity of the game and the story modes, when you play multiplayer, it's like extremely watered down. Like when it comes to like movement, jank, and shit. So don't be surprised if it feels like really ass when you actually get your hands on it if you do play it. And also, there's kind of like a chicken and the egg thing going on with what we were talking about before, where people want to like they'll say like, well, these kind of games sell like these multiplayer gotcha games, but then again, they've also been shoving nothing but multiplayer gotcha games down people's throats. So on one hand, you could say like they could say, oh, but this is a reaction to what people are buying, but then you could say, but people are only buying it because that's all you're putting out, right? Like, it's kind of like in wrestling. If you have like WWE, for example, if you have a guy who doesn't get over, nobody likes him, but if you keep putting him on TV every week, every day, and people start to warm up to him, it's only because you constantly shove them down people's throats. It's not because organically that they're good. So I kind of, yeah, like Jey Uso. So I kind of feel like that's what we're looking at. And Seth Rollins. That's what I feel like. And also various women like Bailey and stuff like that. So in the end of the day, like, I don't think if they pull back from releasing so many of these kind of games that it would be bad for the game industry. I think that they're just greedy and that people have been conditioned to accept it and buy these games. But if you just removed it or pulled away from it, I don't think the game industry would suffer that much. Because back then, when you played a game like Halo or Gears of War, not only was the game extremely fun compared to like a lot of these games now, but also like it was a complete game, you know, and the multiplayer component was like, well, I would say they were simple. You know, they had simple multiplayer components to them. They weren't like gotcha shit in them. They weren't like overly systemized to the point where like, you know, you're grinding and shit. It's like, hey, you play this game, fight your friends, fight enemies online. You know, you can unlock some costumes, like in the case of Halo, and you know, you just have fun. And then that's what made those games so popular. They were fun. People played those games because they were fun, not because they liked any gotcha shit in them. So nowadays they make these games.
It was a simpler time and a funner time too.
If you make a game today with good physics, good gore, and you say, hey, you versus all these people, have fun, like a Call of Duty was back then, like Gears of War was back then, like Battlefield was back then people are going to enjoy it and want to buy the game. But now they just want to shove a bunch of shit in there that no one asked for. The game is not fun. It's not balanced. It's broken. There's way too much going on for what for what netcode can handle nowadays compared to like, you know, the quality of the games, right? Like think about something like Red Dead Online, and then you have like 16 players playing it at a time. And like you think of how the fidelity of that game, of course it's going to run like crap. Of course it's going to feel like crap when you're playing with other people. But in the case of something like Gears of War, it's like, hey, pick up your gun, you shoot this guy, he explodes, ha 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 ha. Fun has been had by all, you know? Instant feedback, fun game, and then you can actually sell more copies of your game based off that instead of just trying to shove insane amounts of monetization, you know? So I'm going in circles, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, it's too complex, too much going on. Keep it simple. And the reason why I mention it is because a game like Ananta, that's how you say it, right? Ananta?
Yeah.
Like games like that, man, gotcha games, like there's too much shit going on, honestly. There's too much. There's like too much stuff, too much of a grind.
Yep.
You know, they're not so much skill. You're not rewarded via skill, but how you abuse certain mechanics, meaning that like you have so many hand-holdy mechanics in games now. Like look at what happened to Tekken, right? For example. So, you know, it's just not, to me, it's just overall has declined because of that. And I think that Ananta and all these other games are sure to follow. Yes. Xeno Chimera says, honestly, I wish games returned to the 2014 to 2016 era of graphical fidelity to make things run better, and current hardware cause games nowadays to look so soulless. Exactly. Nathan Hill Gaming says, Gears of War 3 had the best multiplayer in the Gears series. I agree. I also like the sort of shocking in the game. Cope, gotcha, the proverbial Skinner box. Lechipachi, ultimately, it's a problem outside gaming too. Many people are on NPC mode. Yeah, exactly, bro. 100%. I agree with all of those comments.
Yep.
If the game was not fun, then people would be spending money on it. Wait, what? If the game wasn't fun, then people would be spending money. If the game was fun, you mean people would be spending money on it. Ultimately, it is a problem outside of gaming. Too many people are on NPC mode. I mean, all right? Let's talk about fun, right? What is fun? What is you actually having fun versus you getting into a competitive mental trap where you're doing something because you've attached something to that, like to the outcome. Meaning, like if you're playing a game like a game with a bunch of grindy RPG shit. Now you're grinding like crazy, not playing because you want to, playing just because you're like, not playing because it's fun, but you're just playing to unlock whatever grindy shit in the game. You're now not wanting to play, but you're forcing yourself to play to unlock that thing. I don't consider that having fun. I consider that as your psychology being abused to keep you on a game that's overall not that fun, right? That's how gacha games get you. They'll put like a beautiful skin, a sexy skin or whatever, and then you're playing a game that's boring just because you want a skin so you can show off that skin or whatever variants of that you have, right? That would be like Fortnite. Like you're going crazy playing Fortnite, right? Just to get a skin or to trade players for a skin, but you don't even care about the game anymore. You're just caught in the casino trap of trying to unlock the new shit just because you feel like you need to unlock the new shit rather than having fun playing the game. Gears of War, Halo, if you have nothing in those games, you can pick them up and play them, learn the mechanics in a few sessions, the basic mechanics, and you're having fun. A lot of these games nowadays, you play them online, they're fucking, well, first off, they're boring as shit, a lot of them. Or they're like, hero shooter crap. And then a lot of it just becomes like a grind, bro. It's just a casino grind fest. So I can't say that that's necessarily fun because your psychology can 100% be manipulated so that you're doing things that you don't like to do because of those base things being exploited, those base instincts being exploited.
So, TCZ wrote, it's not a game; it's a set of psychological profiling. They are specifically designed to push you to spend money. I agree.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
usually
Look, I'll give you an
usually the
example.
model.
I'll give you an example. This is not really a game, but I'll show you how this predatory shit works. I'll give you a great example. So, all right, let's say you use Duolingo, right? Duolingo, it's to learn languages. There's a leaderboard on Duolingo of experience points, right? So what they'll do on there is that they'll pick English. They're an English speaker, and they'll pick English just so that they can have more points because English is easy, obviously because they know it, so that they can get ahead on the leaderboard. That's an example of doing something that you don't want to do, doing something that's counterproductive to what you want to do in order to win a game that you're basically missing the point of, right? Because the point of using it is that you're trying to practice your language or you're trying to learn your language, but now you're not learning anything. You're using your default language to get more points so that you can arbitrarily beat your opponent in something that shouldn't be competition anyway. That's an example of your psychology being manipulated to continue to get you to do something that you don't necessarily want to do. Like it's like playing on your base instinct. So I don't really agree that people wouldn't do something if it wasn't fun, because there are plenty of things people don't like that they do because they're psyoped into doing it. Or they open Pandora's box and now they can't escape from it anymore. So just want to point that out.
Let me read a couple of comments. David Francisco, I'm playing Clash Artifacts of Chaos, made by a Chilean studio. You play as a master in an alien world that looks in shrooms. Yeah, I actually saw. I'm interested in that game. I wonder how is it like pretty good or not? Like I seen some gameplay of it. It looks interesting, but kind of wondering like, is it really that good? Like, is it worth it or not? It does seem interesting though. I just wish the camera perspective was better. I feel like it's too close. I don't understand why third person, especially has like melee combat, like hand to hand combat, and they insist on having the camera like up your ass.
Yeah. Camera up your ass. Everybody, before you say that, everybody think Resident Evil 4 for that camera up your ass, because people love RE4
Yeah,
and
right now, yeah.
the game is fun, but let's be real, like RE4 definitely created that camera up your ass trend that I'm not a fan of.
Yeah.
But
Not every game needs it.
And then
Damn, zooming out a bit. That's the same shit with the God of War 2018 game. Like, damn, what the fuck?
Well, original God of War
that game could have been that game plays and just functions like it would have been. It was made by Naughty Dog.
Well, it's The Last of Us with freaking RPG mechanics and like Norse shit and Norse like like God. You're playing Last of Us with God powers basically. Or Uncharted 4 with God powers.
Yeah.
But Metal Mugen says Horde mode was fun until they turned it into tower defense. I agree with you 100%.
Let me read Apollo's real quick. He said,
"Oh, sure.
343 is remaking Halo Combat Evolved, and I think it will go down south super fast." Well, Actually, it's now called was it Halo Studios now? It's ran by some queer LGBT BLM, whatever the fuck, non-binary black bitch or something like that.
Something like that, from what I remember.
Something like that. Yeah, they gotta remake that game again for like the second or third time, and it's gonna be terrible because they're creatively bankrupt. They don't know what the fuck they're doing, so they just go ahead and like do remakes. All these companies who want to do remakes now, or reimaginings, or deluxe remasters, whatever the fuck they want to call it. And they want to do dumb shit to it, unnecessary changes. They just give it a new coat of paint. Everyone starts foaming at the mouth, getting all excited, pulling out their wallets because of course they have to. Just like the
Yeah.
Dragon Quest Seven reimagining that they got where they have censored shit. They gotta remove content. They're gonna add this. They're gonna remove that. Or fucking Yakuza Kiwami 3. Terrible.
Disgaea
Enough.
was made for grinding, yeah. Disgaea was made for grinding, but Disgaea was more like a linear RPG. I used to play Disgaea quite a bit, actually. And the thing about Disgaea is funny, it's fun. You know, that gives actually fun. It's like, I guess with RPGs, you're meant to grind. This is in reference to Nathan Hill's comment. RPGs are fun to like when you're grinding in some of them. It can't actually be fun and give you an excuse to use your powers and shit. I can't really put that in the same category as like a gotcha game where you're repetitively doing shit that you don't necessarily want to do just to unlock skins and shit, or just to like get up on a leaderboard, right? Like that's not the same as like playing an RPG that you're actually enjoying, right? Because with a single player RPG, the stakes are all on you of whether you enjoy it or not. You're not competing with other people or comparing yourself with other people, and you're not showing off anything. You're just playing the game for yourself. And a lot of them are like very story driven. I can't really put those in the same category, to be honest. I think that the mentality behind them is different. And that goes to another comment I wanted to refer to. It was that somebody said, hold on, I think it might have got lost in the sauce here. Somebody said something interesting that I wanted to address.
Why looking? Can I read White Chromosome's comment?
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
Okay, it's sad and insane. The players torture themselves playing games to get the thing or sexy skin. No fun involved, and don't let them fail anything. Oh my god. Yep.
Somebody, it was, I think D-Day Dire Wolf said that, to be fair, all games are trying to get you to buy them. And I can agree with you that all game companies obviously want you to buy those games. But there's like a difference between predatorily doing something and doing it because you're putting out a product that you want people to actually enjoy. Right? Like intentionally restricting something and cutting something into pieces, or adding aggressive microtransactions in order to milk people for more money, is not really trying to make a product for people to enjoy. It's you trying to milk the people that already enjoy your product, and now you're trying to nickel and dime them. I think that difference is how predatory it is. So I believe that, you know, a lot of times we make comparisons between things because they might function as like they might like go under a similar umbrella. But also, I don't think that all these situations are created equally, because the nuance is the mentality that goes into making those decisions. You know, if you make a game and you cut up chunks of the game to sell as DLC, that's not you making a product for people to enjoy, for you to make money. That's you trying to nickel and dime every cent you can get from someone. So just that aspect alone kind of changes the mentality. Because yeah, all companies need to make money. They're trying to make things for fun, but there's a moral level where you say, okay, like, sorry, give me a second, guys. I'm a little stuffed up. Like, for example, like, let's say, like, look at a price gouger. A price gouger, he'll sell something to make money, but now he's gouging the price to maximize his profit off of you predatorily. You know, it's not the same as him just trying to make money. Like, hey, I have this product, here it is. It's like, no, this is scarce now, so I'm gonna try to gouge the shit out of the price. You know, in that they themselves know is predatory. They themselves know are predatory. Their intention is not. The intention is what makes it different, and you can see that in the products themselves. Mm-hmm. Compare like PS2 games, right? Look at the power creep. In the 360 era, when DLC became more prominent in consoles, right? Because PC always had like expansions and shit. Once they started realizing they can do that with consoles, games started to become shorter. They started to have more cut content, more shit locked on the disc that you need a DLC code to unlock. They started to get more predatory. So the access to that technology has made a lot of devs become more predatory, and it has also allowed companies to make different decisions when making games. So what started out is like, hey, let's make a great game so that people buy it, which was like the prerequisite. You had to make something good in order for people to want to buy and support it. Now it's like, well, okay, we know that they love Spider-Man. They're addicted to Spider-Man. So let's cut the game up. Let's add this whatever feminist shit in there. That's beyond making a good product for you. That's being predatory. So I don't want to put that in the same bracket because I feel like it's intellectually dishonest to do so.
I agree. Well said. Neozoic had a question, and when we're done answering that, we'll get to the topics, and I'll put the link in the chat and all that stuff. He had wrote Remnant and Japachi off-topic question. What are your thoughts on Nintendo of America's president and COO, Doug Bowser? That's legit his name. His last name is Bowser. Doug Bowser is retiring and will be replaced with Devin Pritchard. I don't know who that guy is. I know who Doug Bowser is, but I don't know who the other guy is. So, I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I mean, either way, I mean, if he's retiring, he's retiring. But the new guy replacing him, I don't know much about him at all. So, I mean, if you do, feel free to let us know. But I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. So I can't honestly like say whether or not.
Let me address something real quick. D-Day Direwolf says, except gacha games have a free-to-play aspect. Like I said, you can enjoy a vast majority of the game for free minus the sweaty of content. That's what even things out. It doesn't even things out because even then, they're still profiting off of you because A, they're collecting and selling your data, and B, a lot of these games are largely unsatisfying unless you do resort to buying whatever DLC or microtransaction. Like, for example, First Descendant, you have 3 characters out of like all the characters you can play as, basically no costumes that you can use, at least early on. When I first played it when it came out, there was really nothing everything was so bare bones that I can't imagine that game would maintain the level of fun that you could have just playing with that bare bones content. Most free to play shit is geared to be as horrible of an experience as possible to trick you or to manipulate you into buying the DLC. So saying fun can be had with them, I guess so. But generally, there's a reason why those games make a lot of money on microtransactions because they bait you. The more hours and time you put into the game, the more you're going to feel like, well, I've already put 1,000 hours in the game. I might as well get this DLC. I might as well get whatever. So even then, that level of fun that you could have is extremely limited unless you do resort to that. It would be like playing, at this point, most people who play Fortnite currently have paid for some form of skin. They have paid for some stuff to enhance their experience, especially because it's a psychological trap that you have a fear of missing out. You see other people playing, running around as Power Rangers and Green Goblin and shit, and you're just this generic Fortnite character. That fear of missing out is intentionally put there to make you want to buy that DLC. So, yeah, those free-to-play games, no matter how you spin it, are predatory. It's not like everybody wins in the end because ultimately people are being. Basically, they're highly exploitative. They're highly exploitative. Like, there's a reason why people spend so much money on those microtransactions. And most people that stick to a gacha game are going to end up buying something at some point in it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Apollo Patriot wrote, hey, Rev, hold on. Trump family might be buying out EA. That's the first time I'm hearing that. I doubt it, though. I mean, it'll be funny if they did, but I don't think that's happening. So, what was the other one I saw? Oh yeah, Tasty Z. Call me old-fashioned. I prefer my games being a complete one-time purchase. Same. That's how it should have been. But now it's like,
yes, I agree.
You're barely getting that, and then the issue is like once something starts like a trend, a predatory trend at that, then everyone wants a piece of that because it becomes more about making money as much as you can, the easiest way you can, nickel and dime people as much as you can, and that becomes the norm, which it has. and a lot of people accept it. A lot of people make excuses for it. A lot of people
Yeah.
jump at the opportunity of like taking part in it, and then everyone keeps doing it. Even companies you figured you would have thought would never do it, but then they end up doing it. Or even if it's the game where it's like, all right, this would normally be a complete game, and then like example, Final Fantasy 15. When have you seen like slow story content, whatever, add to the game? Then you have that. Then I am
Yeah.
at fault because I actually had bought the DLC for it, and not all of it, but I bought DLC for it because
Yeah.
I did like it for what it was, and I kind of wanted to see what it was about and whatnot. Now, if it was me today, I'd probably like, nah, I'm good, whatever. You had your chance, you 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 fumbled the development of what could have been a truly great, amazing Final Fantasy game, whatever the reason was, and I feel like we shouldn't have to reward companies for them like making like bad decisions, whatever it may
I
be.
mi- I miss the days when an expansion was actually an expansion and not cut content. That's what I miss. I miss like the time where you played a game and the DLC, if there was DLC, felt like a supplement to what was already there. It didn't feel like a missing chunk of something, right?
Yep.
So that's what it used to be. And like in the end of the day, like again with RPGs in general, like especially like single player RPGs, like yeah, you could argue that they were grind fest, but again, like I said before, I think the mentality that went into them was just different. It's a different philosophy to why you're grinding. You know, you're not grinding for a skin. You're leveling up. You're strengthening your character real time. It gives the game like, it hides things behind skill trees so that you can like get better. And, make you have growth. I guess is what I'm trying to say in the game. Like they're just not made that way anymore. Like, let's be real. Would you rather play a Metal Gear Rising, an 8-hour one-time purchase, or a free-to-play gotcha game for 100 hours with like no fidelity, no enemies don't even stagger when you slap them, right? Like whatever, like infinite like hero shooter. When you can play something that has a solid, memorable story, or something solid and what's the word, like solid and more rich
Rewarding.
experience, rewarding, rich experience, right? You have like, cutscenes with attention to detail, gameplay that is like refined for every moment to feel unique from each other, as opposed to like something that's homogenized. It's meant to last a million hours, but it's extremely repetitive. So I guess I'm gonna speak for myself here because I can't speak for anyone else. I would rather play a Metal Gear Rising, an Arkham City, a Hitman Blood Money over any gotcha game.
Yeah, I
That's
agree.
just me. That's just my
A lot of
opinion.
gacha games, they'll be like they have like the little like cutesy, bubbly, stereotypical like character that follows you, always have contact with you. Hey,
Yeah.
over there, 50,000 miles away, that tower. We should go there. And on our way there, why don't we collect some materials and stop around and talk to people and run some errands? And then
And
50
look,
hours later, you finally get to the tower, and then it's like, hey, there's another place over there. Let's see what that's about. And rinse and
and look,
repeat.
if you enjoy those, I'm not telling anyone that they shouldn't enjoy those games. I'm not even saying that you shouldn't like them. Everyone has their own opinion and their own takes. If you like spending all that time playing those games, congratulations. I'm happy for you. I am just saying that by nature, they are psyoping the shit out of you, and they are also extremely predatory and they're nickel and diming you. So to me, like, you can't really defend those aspects of the game. I feel like the only thing that you can say that is like justifiable is that you don't care, that you enjoy it anyway, which is fine. If you don't care and enjoy it anyway, that's great. But they're across the board predatory. And remember, there's nothing free. There's nothing free. Even a free to play game is to create engagement, to get more players to play so that they can buy shit and also collect your data. And considering that it's China, most of these games are made by China. I think Korea does a lot of them too, to be fair, but they're collecting your data, bro. It's not
Yeah.
free. You're selling them your data, and they're using that data to enhance their systems to make their next gotcha game even more predatory. That's what your data is for. Your data is collected to say, hey, these people spent 100,000 hours on this part of the game, so let's use this data to make it that our next gotcha game has this, and that, so they can buy more. That's what your data is for, bro. And also, like, whatever other nefarious means, if you want to count the Chinese government involved, but that's a whole different, like, layer to it. But at the base level, you are metrics. You are a ball of metrics to these companies, and they're going to use that to create an even more exploitative product. That's why free-to-play games are not really free-to-play, bro. They're, like, actually meant to feed that system so that they could turn out more predatory products.
Yep, exactly. Real quick. All right. Before we get after this, we're gonna get to the topics, I promise. So, Newzolk, he said Remnant and Jinpachi, Devin Pritchard is a businesswoman who was a longtime Nintendo executive. Ah, I see. Well, I don't think it's gonna go very well, to be honest. I guess she's probably was there. I guess she was there for a while. She was a long time executive. Now she's in a higher position of power, and she's a woman. And I would assume she's American, maybe British. I don't know. I would assume American, considering the last name and the first name. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna go over very well because Nintendo America was doing dumb shit for a while anyway, if I'm not mistaken. So who knows?
Женщина должна быть президентом. To quote Retro Man.
And what does that mean?
It means women shouldn't be president, and that applies to companies as well.
I agree. Yeah. TCZ, just what Nintendo needed. Oh yeah. The things couldn't even get more worse. Anyway,
yeah, you're right.
So I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
Yeah.
I'll send the link. I'll message the link to OC on X since he was the only one last week that actually responded to the link.
Yeah.
So.
And also, for the record, everyone has their own opinion. It's fine, you know. I'm just, I'm not trying to say, like, you know, your opinion, your subjective opinion is wrong. Just giving mine. So to be fair, you know, it's not personal to anyone in the chat. If anyone, you know, disagrees, it's just my take on things. To be fair.
While I'm send out the link and all that, why don't you go over the rules one more time again?
Oh yeah,
just so
for
people
sure.
know, because I'm sure a lot of people may not know. I just want to make that very clear as far as.
Yeah. Actually, that'll be a good idea. So when you come in, please keep in mind that there are going to be probably a few people that want to speak. Try to keep things concise. If you don't have any opinion on a subject, don't feel free to talk about it. I mean, you don't need to talk about it. Feel free to avoid the subject if you don't want to talk about it, because I'd rather, you know, you just move along, talk about what you want to talk about, and then, you know, we can shift the panel, as opposed to you know, trying to think up your feelings about something like in the moment, last second. I'd rather, you know, you have something prepared to talk about involving the topics. Me and Revenant also like talked about that in previous podcasts. Keep it respectful. You know, you can disagree with anybody. You know, just whatever. Don't resort to ad hominem, and also, yeah, like I said, just keep it concise and yeah, that's pretty much it. Because, you know, usually we have a lot of people that want to talk, and we're trying to keep the podcast from going beyond like 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours, and in the past it's gone way beyond that unnecessarily. So something to keep in mind. So yeah, to surmise, it's okay to not know. You know, if you don't know, it's fine. That's acceptable. If you don't know, if you don't have an opinion, that's perfectly okay. Let me read some comments in the meantime. Roy says, I'm an adult. Indeed. Apollo Patriot, I'm always ready for everything. Damn right. Rolls Royce also am, and I am ready for everything. Damn, you guys are regular old troops. All good. Anybody gonna buy the Virtual Boy? I'm good. Yeah, D-Day Wolf. Yeah, exactly. We can disagree about things, you know, but I think that in this space, when you talk, I think this is a good space where people can talk, give their opinions, I'm just saying that, like, for me, because I'm the guy with the microphone. If I say something, it's not a personal attack, even if I disagree with anybody. If I'm saying something that's counter to what you're saying, even if it comes out a little passionate, it's not like a personal attack on you. It's just a disagreement of viewpoint. That's all. Just want to put that out there. Roy says, here we go, feminist activist losers. Pretty much just what Nintendo needed. They should play that song, just what I needed. I'm sure Nintendo played that when they were doing that. But when they were having that board meeting. Madar says, Revenant, Call of Duty does the data mining shit too. I saw a video once that showed that in the code of modern KODs, there's some spy program or whatever. Yeah, man, they all data mine you. Any multiplayer game is data mining you because they want to collect as much data as the more data that they have, the more efficiently. I'm saying efficiently. Look at me, I'm not being efficient. They can more efficiently psyop you. The more data you have on something, the more you can manipulate it, right? Like, that's just the reality of like anything that you do. And even like for benefit or for negative, the more information you have, the more control you have over it. So the more user data that they get, the more they can make these changes to their games to psychologically manipulate you into doing what they want you to do. It's not like, I mean, when I use those words, it sounds like really creepy or whatever, but like, it's really just the truth, man. It's the truth. Like, they're gonna do things. They're gonna take that data and create a system. There's so many things that we're programmed by every day that you don't even realize you're being programmed with. Even the slang that you use, the speech that you use is conditioned over what you experience and who you interact with and the people that you talk to. So because of that, right? Like, you're constantly being bombarded with information that you're not even consciously aware of. And companies know that, and that's why they do little things to kind of like guide your actions in a direction that they want. Once they have you, they will rail you, pretty much.
So OC can't make it today, but Hakami might come on because he wanted to get into the whole EA going private and something going on with Saudi Arabia there. I think involving EA, if I'm not mistaken. But I know that's not a topic, but I'm sure he can enlighten us on what's going on with that.
Yeah, for sure.
What were you saying?
Everything should be unlocked through playing the game. In gachas, you can get the characters by playing, but you have to spend so much time grinding that it ends up just being a waste of time. Yeah, exactly. Well, like Hydra, if I make a game and I make all the skins unlockable after like 3,000-4,000 hours of gameplay, I mean, technically you can unlock it. Is that feasible for a normal person who like goes to work, has a family, or like whatever? I don't think it is, man. So it's kind of like, you could technically do it, right? You could do it. Like, that's like a fun little, like a little loophole, right? Like, you could technically do it, right? Like, you could beat the game without getting hit at all if you were really good. Like, you could say that about so many different things. So I feel like, yeah, it's like what you said. What you said is on the money. You have to spend so much time grinding that it ends up just being a waste of time. I agree. All right, so Revenant, no one else is going to come on?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring him on. I was just waiting for you to finish.
Oh, okay, thank you. So, all right, so let's bring some people on, and other people can talk that are not Jinpachi.
What's happening, boys? What's happening?
What's up, Royce?
What's up, Royce?
Good.
What's up, AP? AP?
Good, man.
Yeah,
went to not Anime Expo. I went to Comic-Con yesterday. Met the voice actor of first Robin and Nightwing of the anime series of Batman.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's awesome, bro. That's awesome.
Yeah, I had fun, man. That was amazing.
That sounds amazing. That sounds cool. Did you get any autographs?
I'm sure.
Oh, yes. I did. It was like $60, $40. Not too bad. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What did you get signed?
By the first Robin from the anime series of Batman. With Kevin Conroy.
Yeah, of course. I love it. I have the whole series on Blu-ray.
Yeah, man. That was amazing. I told him, you're not worthy. You're not worthy. Some of you guys are the greatest,
If I would have went, if it was me, I probably would have bought the collection and had them sign it.
Oh, that would be crazy.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I mean, obviously, Kevin Conroy. The saddest things for me is I never got to meet Kevin Conroy. which was something that
No.
I really wanted to do. Like that was like a bucket list thing, like to meet him once, just because like I like have so much respect for the voice actor.
Also,
Hold
I
on.
met
Xeno, hold on. Xeno Chimera
Right.
2. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it.
For sure. Thanks for stopping by, bro. See you
Yeah,
next time.
Yep.
yeah, definitely. Take it easy.
Zeno Chimera, good dude, good dude.
Yeah.
Also, I met the female voice actress of Rogue, 97
Ooh,
X-Men.
the real Rogue. You know the
That's
meme?
right.
You know me? You know the meme? Show me the real you. No, the real you.
Exactly.
Perfection.
Yeah.
That's that Rogue. That's
Yep, I know.
that's the apocalypse. Apocalypse laid that ass down, Rogue. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know
And I
what's
got
funny?
her autograph as well.
I have my phone background is like a fine paint, like what's it called, a fine art painting. It's a fine art painting of that screenshot of X-Men the animated series where like Rogue's laying down and Apocalypse is standing over her. So it's kind of like a fine art like painted version of it. It's like hilarious looking, bro.
Yep.
I should have made that the profile picture.
I know. And I'm not getting in that Wolverine because it has a sweet baby ink stench all over it.
Yeah. You don't want to play
At least
Uncharted 4 as Wolverine? You don't want
on
Uncharted
chart.
4 You don't want Uncharted 4 Wolverine?
Oh, that would be a great idea for modding it.
Well, all right. Because the reason why I say that is, if you look at how the combat flows, it looks a lot
Yep.
like how Uncharted 4 and The Last of Us play, where it has like that
Yeah.
kind of the sticky combat, like you hit an enemy and then it kind of like glues yourself to them and you like keep striking them. I don't know how to explain it like really well, but you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
right? You played Uncharted
Yeah.
4 and The Last of Us. You know when you're surrounded by enemies, when you punch them, you kind of like get like glued to them, and your character kind of like gravitates toward them as you strike.
I know
That's
what you
pretty
mean.
much what
It's
that's
almost
what
like a magnet. You just like stick to them
yeah,
for a
and
little
then the
bit.
combos look really
Start
scripted. They
Yeah,
Yep.
you start doing the same like close up like punches, like uppercuts and right hooks, left hooks.
exactly. Wolverine
Yep.
looks like it plays like that. That trailer, like, yeah, the
Yeah, it does.
animations are more fantastical and shit, but it does look like you're doing that. And I wouldn't
But
say that that's
the
bad.
blood and gore and the blood tech, and they said he has blood dripping out his teeth, and the
Oh my god.
dismemberment and the graphics.
Oh
Come
my
on,
god.
bro. Come on, dude. Aren't you hype, dude?
Meanwhile, prototype, you can kick a
Oh my
guy's torso
god.
off his body across the map, real time. But no, but like, yeah. So it doesn't like on its own. That gameplay is not bad. The problem is that every game plays like that now. God of War, Uncharted, The Last of Us. They
Yep.
all have that same fucking homogenized. I'm gonna be stuck on you like glue. Overly scripted hand-to-hand combat. Like it's fine when done here and there. It's not fine when
Yep.
every AAA game plays like that. Like Spider-Man, Insomniac Spider-Man, the first game barely avoids not being that. Like Spider-Man Insomniac is kind of like almost that, but not
Yeah.
quite. But
Yeah.
Wolverine looks like it's fully embraced that.
Yeah, but
I
here's the
could be
thing.
wrong. I could be. By the way, guys, I could be wrong. I could eat my words, but that from experience of playing all those games, like all those Uncharted, God of War, whatever. It looks like that's what it is.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. It's just that it has sweet baby ink stench all over it. Look at Mystique.
Yeah,
It looks
I agree.
ridiculous.
You mean Mystique? Shouldn't it look like a 50-year-old retired social worker?
Yup. I hate that shit. Yup. I'm not getting that game. Screw that.
I'm surprised Mystique wasn't Deborah Wilson painted blue. Honestly,
Oh God. Here we go.
Yeah, right.
Deborah Wilson effect. Here we
Real quick,
go.
Neozoic, what are your thoughts on X-Men Evolution, Wolverine, and the X-Men and X-Men 97 series?
I like
I
all
actually
three of the
enjoyed them.
series.
Enjoyed all of
I
them.
like all
Yeah,
of them
very
too.
good.
Wolverine and the
Very
X-Men is
good.
kind of is very underrated. Actually, I would say it's pretty
Yeah.
good.
Indeed. Indeed.
I mean,
Yeah.
Emma Frost was a highlight of that show. I'm not going to go into it, but I'm just going to leave it at that. That it's pretty underrated.
Yeah. He looks pretty, Emma Frost, at least. Thank God.
Well, also just like the way they explored certain like plots was like pretty good. Like, you know, they like, for example, Nightcrawler, Genosha and shit like that. Like, yeah, they may take some liberties, but I think that it like had a good flow to that show. That I think worked really well. X-Men Evolution is a good show too. I mean, if you can get past them being teenagers or whatever, it has like pretty solid subplots and story arcs in its own right. So,
Yep. Exactly.
I would say that. So anyway, I'm sorry, Royce. Continue and what you were saying about Wolverine, and then Apollo. I'm gonna stay quiet. I talked quite a bit.
Okay, so Wolverine, I liked how it was. He was himself, but I didn't like Sweet Baby Ink infections all over it. You know what I'm saying? Am I right or
I
what?
agree.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I
you're right.
agree.
yeah, you know, you're right. But let's keep in mind that Spider-Man 1, Insomniacs, had a little woke shit in it. And mind you, Sweet Baby Inc. was not. I don't think they were involved in the last Ratchet and Clank game. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but there was some bullshit propaganda there too, where there was like a scene where like women are great. It was like some song about women being great and shit like that. And of course, with that game, they gave Ratchet like a female like I don't know if you want to call it
Counterpart,
doppelganger or whatever, like a
female
Yeah.
version, yeah,
counterpart,
like a
a female counter.
counterpart, yeah, pretty much, yeah. So they did that, and then we saw with the other games. My thing is like companies like Insomniac and all of them, they don't need Sweet Baby Inc. to make games woke because they were making the games woke anyway.
Yeah, it's like
They
Neil
already got
Druckmann.
people in there
You
with
think
that
Neil
same.
Druckmann needs that,
Yeah, he doesn't. And
or
and the people were
the guy
saying
from
like,
Spider Man?
Sony cut ties with Sweet Baby Inc. During the development of the game anyway. It's like that doesn't matter. They don't need them to do that shit. You can even see Mystique. They
It
didn't show
wasn't.
Jean Grey, and they didn't show her on purpose.
It
They got
wasn't.
Deborah Wilson playing a character in there too.
It wasn't. It wasn't Sweet Baby Inc. talking about you want to give some people something that they may not think they want, but just put it in there anyway. That was the Spider-Man director himself saying that shit. That wasn't Sweet Baby Inc. So it's like, to Revenant's point and to Sweet Baby Inc. in general, but just because the game is absent of Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't mean that they're not going to do some woke BS. Because again, like these developers, like Neil Cuckman and I forgot the guy from Spider-Man PS1, or even the Suicide Squad devs, they don't really need Sweet Baby Inc. They're doing they're going to do that shit regardless.
Yup. Exactly right.
And I heard somewhere, I saw pictures of a Jean Grey that looked different from the one that they first showed. I mean, she looks pretty bad still, but it looks better than what they originally showed. I don't know if they're real or not though, because
I
it could
haven't
be like
seen that yet,
it looked like
so I don't know.
she looked kind of more like the girl that was in the Dark Phoenix movie. You know, she had like more of like a round, like fat head or whatever, but it wasn't the same as like the long headed horse woman that was originally cast. So I don't know if they changed her face like mid development. It looks slightly better, but it's still like nothing to like really sneeze at, honestly.
I mean, if the images are true of that Jean Grey, why wasn't she in the trailer then?
Well, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I saw screenshots, what looked like screenshots, and it was
Yeah,
a
yeah. No,
different
I know.
model. It was a different model, but Jean Grey wasn't in that trailer
Yeah,
at all, right?
it
Wasn't she
could
not
be
in the
fake.
trailer?
Who knows? But I don't know.
Because as far as I know, that last
I don't
trailer they
think
didn't show her.
if seen the post. No. But I don't know if anyone's seen the post on X of Insomniac. They posted a clown face emoji and a finger pointing emoji. So just let you know what these people think of you. I mean, if it wasn't obvious the Charlie Kirk stuff, or even like what was going on like years before that, of what they were putting in their games, how the developers talk about people in interviews. To Jinpachi's example he made about the guy from Insomniac, where he was talking about people criticizing the Mary Jane sections and all that. So these people, they just want your money. They want you to shut up, accept it, and give you their money. I mean,
They want your
give them your
slavery.
money.
They're
And if you
asking for
did,
your
yeah, and
your undeniable slavery, your undeniable support.
yeah, and if you criticize them, then you're evil, you're terrible, you're a piece of shit. They hate you. They'll mock you. They'll do everything they can to disrespect you. and still expect you to be nice to them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, think about it. Imagine putting a clown emoji. You're basically saying like, hey, look, all you guys are freaking clowns because the gameplay looks awesome, doesn't it? Like, look, guys, it looks awesome, right? You fucking clowns. That's basically what they're literally saying to you.
Yep.
Like, if you put a finger, you make a trailer, then you put a finger emoji and a clown image, you're basically saying, and I guess I meant unbridled support, maybe. I don't know why I said undeniable. Unbridled support, whatever. But anyway, they're literally saying to you, like, oh, you fucking clowns, the gameplay looks good, right? Slaves, buy our game anyway. We know you're gonna buy it anyway, you clowns, because you know what, that's what the subtext is. So it's not really like you got to look at how these people act and they treat their fan bases, you know? Like, either you agree with them politically, or to them you're subhuman.
Yeah, they think we're clowns, huh? They're retarded.
Well, it's not just clowns. They literally think you're subhuman. They think you're beneath them. They think that you are a subhuman, because in the end of the day, they basically are saying, like, look at the kind of things that people say. Like, some of these like developers say, like, oh, you're gonna buy the game anyway. We know you're gonna buy it anyway. Like, oh, like if you don't like it, then don't buy it. Shut up. Just shut up and stop complaining. Like, you don't talk to people you respect that way. I would never tell like a friend that I respect. I mean, we might joke around like, yo, bro, like, shut up, what, like, playing around. But I would never tell a friend I respect, like, oh, just shut up, keep your mouth shut, you're going to buy it anyway. Like, who talks like that to another human being? Unless they think that you're less than they are.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't talk to my friends like that. I never do. And I got a message for them. They need to understand the real world does not tolerate their bullshit anymore. You know?
Yeah.
Sick and tired of it. Oh, shut up. Play this game. You love it, Chud. Oh, name calling, huh? Stick and stone, make my bones. What words never heard me. Heard of that before? I doubt it.
But you know what else, man? Like, they have like so many people. They have so many people that like, because they look at all the people that talk against this stuff. They look at them like, oh, well, all those people are just racist chuds, gooners, whatever else they want to say, right? Like incels, whatever. But they have to understand that that's not just they're saying that about the people that are criticizing them, but the amount of people criticizing them are like literally like everyone against the woke shit. So they're basically blanketing them all under that umbrella, which shows you how they view those people. Then the way they talk is as if it's only like a couple people criticizing, but like there's hundreds of people like Revenant, thousands of people like that are saying what I'm saying. Like, it's not just a small group of people that are saying this. So they're blanketing them all under that umbrella of like, oh, like incel, chud, gooner, whatever. So when they say that, they'll say shit online and make it seem like they're talking about specific people, but they're really talking about like anyone who disagrees with what they're doing.
See, that's a problem. Mindset needs to be stopped. And that's a problem. Like, look, all their games have been flopping so bad. And all the Sweet Baby Inc. detectives finally detect their bullshit everywhere. I'm tired of Sweet Baby Inc. and Kim Belair friends. They all should be defunded, man. You know? Am I right or what, guys?
No, you're right. They should be defunded. But there's a comment I want to read. Sorry. Each Marvel game, Supertron says, each Marvel game that Insomniac has developed has been more woke than the last. Pretty much.
Based.
And Seven Seas Time says Zero Sam. I don't blame you, bro. Seven Seas Time, I don't blame you. If you're gonna play the game anyway, that's like I guess that's the best possible option. And also play offline because so they don't get your data, I would say as well.
Yeah, I'd rather play single player than online, you know?
Because sometimes they'll like if you play on, like, let's say you do that and you play and there's like an online component or like some kind of update, sometimes they'll detect that you are playing the game and they'll count that as people playing, like as their total players, you know? So I would play, I would also, if I did that hypothetically, I would also play it offline to avoid that.
Yeah, I'd rather like single players than online, you know?
And also, I wouldn't even support it. To be honest, I wouldn't support it anyway. But if you're gonna play it anyway, I guess that's the best option. But I'm not supporting it at all because I think to me a little woke is too woke. Nathan Hill Gaming, I agree with, says the whole way to beat them is to vote with your wallet heavily. Yeah, exactly. Madad says They don't believe the sticks and stones mantra. They unironically think that they mere criticism is actual violence, but wishing someone death because they are right wing is just humor. They will say, yeah, exactly, bro. But you're like, it's like looking for logic where there is none. You have a group of people that are illogical, so expecting them to act with logic and decency is kind of like a fallacy in and of itself, because we know they're not going to do it. You can't expect them to like think rationally, like, because they don't. You see it in their actions, right? Like, if someone doesn't speak, like if someone doesn't shows that they're not a rational person, I don't expect rationality from them. The best thing you can do is dismiss them and debunk their points for the people that are like actually sane, that can see it, right? That's why, like with Charlie Kirk, that's why what he was doing and what other people do with debating people is so important, because you're not going to change the weirdos' minds, but you will change the minds of people that are normal, that might lean a certain way, and they might say, wait a minute, that actually does make sense. You can change a sensible person's mind, but these people, like, good luck, bro. Good luck.
Yeah,
So.
about Charlie Kirk, like what you said. These people from developers saying, yay, he deserved to die. It's awesome. Like, you people are disgusting. I hope you lose your fucking job for your disgusting rhetoric. And your rhetoric caused him to die. I don't like this, because they say it's both sides. No, it's not. It's your side, political violence, you dumb motherfuckers. Shit. I
Pretty
heard
much.
it's both sides bullshit.
Pretty much.
Pissing me off.
That's a fallacy, because people keep arguing. The argument that people will make is that just because you have an opinion, it means it has equal merit to someone else's opinion. But that's not true, because you can just be simply wrong. I don't understand why people operate under the guise of like, oh, like all ideas are created equal. If I say 1 + 2 = 3 and you say 1 + 2 = 2, it doesn't matter what my subjective opinion is. You are right, I am wrong. Even if I say that 1 + 2 = 3 is just my way of saying 1 + 2 = 2, it doesn't change the fact that if you logically look at physical objects, if you look at a pattern of two things going together, it will always equal 2. You can have objective truth and be right. And I'm tired of people acting like every idea and every fucking contrasting viewpoint is the same. Just because it's like, things have definitions and there is objectivity to things. The reason why we can even communicate in English at all to each other is because we have objective meanings of words. If people love to say, like, and I know I'm drifting away a little bit, but there's so many people that play, like, on the left, for example, and even these game devs, right, that are talking trash, they always try to change the definitions of words. It's subjective, but it's not, bro. If everything was subjective, you would literally be unable to understand what I'm saying. We agree on human language and we agree on meanings. So I'm tired of this bullshit that, like, oh, well, my subjective view is this, so we're both right because it's my opinion. It's like, no, bro, you can be wrong. Some things are just not true. Some things are just not right. They're wrong. And the idea of stripping words of meanings, playing these word gymnastics games, because it ties into gaming. A lot of these, like, the leftist, far left devs, they love to, like, try to change words to suit their needs at that particular moment, right? Like, if I say, like, oh, I don't think a man should be able to change his gender to a woman, like, they'll say, well, that's abusive speech, right? They'll say, well, under my definition, this is violence, but it's not violence. It's not abuse. You know, it's simply not. Just because you think and you feel like your opinion is valid doesn't mean that words don't have definitions and that there is no meaning to what I'm saying. I can say something, and just because I say something that you don't like, that's not violence, no matter how you try to twist it. So that's an example of what I'm talking about. And, like, you know, it's like when people say all the things about the Istanphobes. You don't agree with Deborah Wilson being a race swap Callisto, that means you're racist. But again, like, just because I don't think an established character should not be race swapped doesn't mean that I dislike that group of people. Your subjective opinion is not true just because you feel like it's true, because by definition, it's not racist. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
That's just like the word games that they play. And I think it's so important to actually understand that, because everyone loves the idea that all opinions are equal. Everything is the same, right? Like if somebody said, oh, if some crazy person said, I want to harm children, and one person says, well, I want to stop you from harming children, then of course, one side of that is going to be wrong and one side of that is going to be right, no matter how you twist it. You know, one side of that equation, those two ideas that both those people have are not equal. So it's just it's crazy shit.
Yeah, man, I agree with you. And this has gone too far, and their rhetoric has caused violence everywhere. And they always want to blame, oh, it's the right wing's fault. No, it's not. It's your fault. Your side is out of control, and you're the ones not toning down the temperature. Always want to blame the MAGA people. I'm like, what the fuck MAGA people did to you? You did it. You did it that to them, and now there's a great awakening coming to your ass. And see what happens when you lose your fucking job. Shit, people are fucking out of touch with real world. I don't understand their bullshit.
Exactly. An
No, they
opinion
are.
isn't.
They're in their echo chamber. They're delusional,
Yup.
and they think things operate a set way, and anything that goes against that, they have like they panic over it, and they start lashing out and going crazy, really showing how psychotic they are.
Yup.
An
And not only
opinion.
that,
Yes, good.
not only that, they're gonna lose everything because they losing their job. Look what happened to everybody. They lost their fucking job for disrespecting Charlie Kirk. And I hope Fortnite will go out of business soon. What they said about him, man. That's not right.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean you can't be saying things like that. But like,
No.
somebody made a comment talking about how if an opinion is objectively wrong, it's a bad opinion. It's like, yeah, you can call something an opinion. You can have an opinion, but an opinion can be wrong or right. The idea that an opinion cannot be wrong is false. You can have an opinion. You can say something is a perspective. We can agree that I have a perspective, you have a perspective. I have an opinion, you have an opinion. But whether that's true or not is irrelevant to it being an opinion. That's why when people say, oh, that's just your opinion. Well, if my opinion is 1 + 2 = 2, based on my perspective, on my opinion, that's still objectively true. So even though it's my opinion, it's also a fact. So I just, there's so many language games that happen now, and it really makes it difficult to get to the bottom of any discussion because you have to basically you have to go through so many semantics, right? You have to like dog walk through so many semantics just to get to the actual point of debate that it ends up wasting a bunch of time.
Exactly.
Right?
And look at the Winter Borrow, another Sweet Baby Inc. flop. And I'm glad somebody was making DEI detected and Sweet Baby Inc. detected. That way we can vote with our wallet, never buy any games that are involved with Sweet Baby Inc. That's why I'm not buying that Wolverine game. I'm not buying it.
So Apollo Patriot, you didn't get to speak yet.
Oh yeah,
Right.
I have a lot of things to say with the situation. The new Wolverine game, Fate will end up like Saints Row reboot, and it's going to happen to them real fast. You got this new article saying Insomniac, I can't even say their company right, but claps back at everyone calling I forgot the blue chick name, Askew or what's that blue chick? This
Mystique.
Mystique.
Yeah, yeah. Calling everyone's calling Mystique woke. Well, they're the company is gonna learn real fast. You see with Saints Row Reboot, they were clapping back at the gamers, calling out the bull crap. Well, same thing. It's gonna happen like the same thing. I mean, they're gonna play victim card, and then you're gonna hear the company shutting down because everything wasn't going their way, and it's gonna happen every time again. And
Let me
uh,
just add something about Mystique real quick, and and then I'll let you continue. I guarantee you there's going to be a part, and I almost can guarantee, I feel so solid in this that I'm almost willing to bet on it, that because of Mystique's nature of her ability to shapeshift, they're going to put some non-binary bullshit involving
yeah.
Mystique.
Oh yeah.
100%
Here
feel
we
like
go.
they're gonna have some preaching
Mhm.
involving
Yeah,
her, like,
that's
oh,
happening.
well,
Yeah.
I don't necessarily, like, they have some throwaway line like, oh, well, that's your definition. I don't identify as a man, or some bullshit like that, right? I
Yeah.
guarantee you, I can almost guarantee they're gonna do that. Like, I don't know for
Yup.
sure, but I'm like I'm at least 92% certain. But anyway,
Oh yeah.
I
continue,
want to say
Apollo.
what I want to say the
Well, on
Apollo
top of that,
Patriot said.
my,
Go ahead.
oh no, I was going
Go
to
ahead. You
say that
talk.
keep in mind during the state of play when the developers were talking and the voice actor for Wolverine was talking, one of the developers said like, "Oh, Logan's gonna get in touch with his not I don't remember verbatim, but he was talking about like Logan having a tender side to him, like an emotional side to him, something like that.
Oh
So
no.
they're gonna
Oh
have him,
God.
you know,
Oh,
acting rather soy towards these characters. He's gonna start, feeling bad. He probably has some white guilt or gonna feel like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm such
oh
a
my God.
misogynist. The usual,
Oh my God.
you know, white man bad bullshit where he comes to terms with what the woman is telling and all that because he's gonna be surrounded by a bunch of females. You're gonna have Mystique,
Oh my
Jean
God.
Grey. Who knows who else could appear in there?
Omega
So you're gonna have a
Red.
lot of that crap in there, and yeah, there you go.
Omega Red looks terrible in that trailer. I don't know what
Yeah,
the
I
hell that
saw that. I'm
design
like, what the
is.
hell is that?
That was disgusting.
Yeah.
What they did to Omega Red is a travesty, bro. Like,
It is a travesty what you're saying. And I'm gonna point what Apollo Patriot said. Look what happened to Saints Row reboot, calling us haters gonna hate. And how is that working out for them? Not well, huh? Karma's a bitch.
Yeah.
Calling us terrorists, the community managers. I'm telling her, bitch, go fuck yourself in the ass. Who are you
bro,
talking to?
hold on. Let me read Neozoic's
Done.
comment. Who is
Yeah,
who is worse, Hollywood or video game industries? Hollywood for sure, but video
Yeah.
game industry is catching up because
Oh,
the video
God.
game industry has
They are.
become a wing of Hollywood. That's why you have all these actors now, Keanu Reeves and shit. The actors themselves see like big bucks because these companies have more investment money to spend on actors. Also, Hollywood sees it like Hollywood's dying because people realize it's all woke and gay now. So, and feminist. So now they're trying to infect gaming more harshly because they know that that's just the nature of the way stories are told in games nowadays is just another extension of Hollywood. Last of Us 2 might as well be a leftist Hollywood movie. Wolverine is going to be almost like a film, right?
Yep.
Spider-Man 2 Insomniac was basically like a Spider-Man movie that you play. So
Yeah.
the more games go into the hyper realism and that kind of storytelling, along with the fact that now these companies have more investment money to afford guys like Keanu, Al Pacino, and shit like that, or whoever, you're going to start seeing even more aggressively that gaming is just going to become another variant of Hollywood, which it already almost basically is in its AAA form. In AAA form, it's
Yeah.
basically already that.
Exactly. It's called
Yeah.
Hollywood,
Yeah.
not Hollywood. Call it
Yeah,
Hollywood,
exactly.
people.
Yeah.
Shit.
The gaming industry wanted to be Hollywood for so long, and now they are, and not in like in all the worst ways possible.
Something I want to
So,
add in.
and now you got fucking actors and actresses coming on.
Like Mark
You gonna say,
Ruffalo,
Paul?
piece of shit.
Yeah. Well, I know.
Yeah.
Apollo, you have more to say about Wolverine.
Yeah,
Right?
I want to
Didn't mean
throw
to
in
cut you off.
something. These
right.
crazy shills are all bragging. Oh yeah, look at the Wolverine's trailer. It has so many likes, and it's gonna get a lot of people buying the game. I'm like, the people who are liking it could be paid for bots or people who don't like playing video games, the radical activists. Like these people want to just keep bragging about the likes, dislikes on the trailer Wolverine. I'm like, it doesn't mean that, you know what I mean? Like when the game comes
Yeah.
out, it's gonna have a lot of bugs and a lot of woke crap, and I don't see not that many people are going to buy the game. Not that many people because it looks bad. Like they say, well,
Exactly.
will you
Yeah.
never play the game? I'm like, it doesn't mean that. I have to see the gameplay and all that stuff, and I'm like, well, I'm not buying that. Like,
Well,
no.
when they say, oh, look at all the people who like the video, and then you just cut to a camera on a cabinet in a cold storage room with 100 cell phones in the cabinet. That's the people who like the Wolverine trailer. I mean, I hope you guys get that reference. Like a bot farm, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Yeah.
but also somebody made a comment that I want to address because I kind of agree with it. They said the thing is Wolverine does have a caring side to him, but Insomniac is going to amp it up and make it unbearable. Yeah, exactly, Christian. Because Wolverine is a guy who has like a paternal like feel to him, right? Look at his relationship with Jubilee, Rogue in the film. other female characters and other characters, he does have a side of him that's very human and moral, which is what separates somebody like Wolverine from other, like, you know, vigilantes that are like characters that are willing to kill. He has like a little bit more of like almost like a samurai spirit to him, you know, a level of honor to him. And he is a person who, like, you know, protects innocent people. He has that side, but you're right that Insomniac is going to amp that up to 10. I 100% agree with that.
And what I want to say what Apollo said, the shills, I want to call them, the modern audience bullshit. That's what they are, modern audience bullshit.
They don't even play the video.
Exactly.
Honestly,
what you said.
If you really think about it, Prototype 1 is still a better like superhero game than a lot of like games now. Like, even though that game has like some jank and some graphical, like the graphics are dated, but like if you play that game, I was streaming it recently again, it's like, so like that's kind of like what we need more of in a superhero genre. Like, why would I want to slow walk down a corridor as Wolverine? I want to like eviscerate like hordes of enemies and for it to feel like natural, because when you overly, because this is like back to what I was saying before, if you always overly animate things to the point where it feels like I said, like Uncharted 4 or Last of Us, the combat stops feeling like you're playing it rather than you're like just doing like pretty much a quick time event, right?
Exactly.
And I like what I like about Prototype and Hulk Ultimate Destructions and what other games, the old Spider-Man games, like whatever older like superhero games, is that you felt like the enemies, you felt like you were dynamically doing things. And games now, they feel like they're like just so on rails that they don't feel as fun. And I feel like when I look at Wolverine, I can't imagine that it would be as fun as something like Prototype or even something like Spider-Man 2, PS2 and shit like that. So yeah, pretty much.
Exactly. And what Apollo Patriot said, don't buy the game, don't buy it, what will your wallet, think for yourself, and don't buy that piece of garbage. Just go back to older games like Jinpachi did. Oh, Jinpachi was streaming what? Prototype 1, Alex Mercer. We need characters like Alex Mercer again. Am I right or what?
Exactly. Prototype is basically it's like a Venom game. It's basically like a Venom game, but you're playing as like an original character, more or less. Or something like that, right? Like you're like the Thing or whatever. But somebody said the graphics are good. I agree. I like I don't think the graphics are bad. They're just a little dated. Like, I mean, you know, they do look like they're from the 360 era, right? But that doesn't mean they're bad. I'm just saying that people would look at those graphics and they would like discredit the game or discount the game, despite it probably being way more fun, which it is way more fun than Insomniac Spider-Man or even what the Wolverine game will probably be. And the gore being more dynamic because
Yeah, because look at Saudi Arabia gonna buy what? EA now? Isn't that crazy?
I can't see the hair in his ears, dude.
Family in Saudi Arabia.
It's not good then.
Like in Prototype, you can literally like kick somebody's torso off of them and launch it, like send it flying. Like, it's so dynamic. Like games wish they had that kind of fidelity. Like, cars flatten when you run them over with a tank. They like literally flatten. You can like do all kinds of like crazy shit in that game that's like heavily physics driven. And I haven't played a game since then that has had that level of physics driven gameplay and also that level of mayhem and fun. It's like almost like a lost art, you know? Yeah. So crazy to think about. Yeah, as much as I love Arkham, even Arkham doesn't have that level of like creative freedom like Prototype. Like, you can like blow up cars, catch them midair, throw them. You can do all kinds of things. Like, I don't think developers just know how to make games like that anymore. I just think that they don't know. Like, not just that they haven't, but they just the modern like DI hire programmers and shit just don't know how to program that kind of game, and they're heavily reliant on like Unreal Engine or shit like that to do most of the work for them. So they don't really know what the hell they're doing. That's just my take on things.
Exactly. That's why older games are fun than the woke crap. People use the engine Unreal Engine 5 on what? Wolverine? You saw the engine was Unreal Engine 5 on Wolverine game.
It looks like Unreal Engine 5. I could tell because the shadows look blue. Unreal Engine, for some reason, I noticed almost all the games, they have like this dark blue tint. Get ready
for stuttering.
Dark blue tint on the shadows and stuff. But like, look, Unreal Engine's accessible and has ease of use. But back then, devs had to like brute force shit, and it allowed them to come up with original things that like were not engine based. They had to like figure out how to do certain things. Like they had to like creatively code things. I think the more like streamlined an engine is, the more work it does for you. Obviously, I mean, it's kind of obvious that the more games are going to feel like similar to each other, right? Or look similar to each other.
Yup. Exactly.
Limitations actually on engines actually made games better. Like Resident Evil 1 and 2 and the series originally was built that way because of limitations, right? Like they couldn't literally model everything without the game running poorly, so they used pre-drawn backgrounds, but that style looks iconic. It looks beautiful. Like that method that they came up with was unique. Well, it really was made in what's that other game called, Alone in the Dark? But I think Alone in the Dark had like 3D models, right? They weren't like pre-drawn backgrounds. I don't remember, but I know it had the fixed cameras.
Yeah.
But anyway, those limitations allowed them to forced them to be creative and make games unique. If an engine exists that can do everything and anything, then it seems like all the devs are going down the same pathway of what they're trying to make. X2 Wolverine was fun. I like that. I enjoyed that game. Mark Hamill as Wolverine of all people, which is crazy. And Spider-Man appears at the end of that game as a special cutscene, I believe.
Yup.
Oh yeah.
I like the old Wolverine, not this Insomniac.
Go. Yeah. The guy voicing Wolverine sucks. Damn, he's terrible. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't.
Huge Jackman all the way.
Really give a fuck.
Me too, man. Huge Jackman for life.
Who's that guy again who voiced him in the animated show? What was his name again?
Steve Blum. It wasn't Steve. I think Steve Blum. But didn't someone else voice him too? I could have sworn someone else voiced him as well. I just can't put my finger. I know Steve Blum did it in Wolverine and the X-Men. That was Steve Blum, but I don't remember in the animated series. I think it was actually somebody else. I don't know. I don't remember. But I do agree that Wolverine doesn't sound anything like Wolverine. I mean, I was actually really disappointed in the voice.
Yeah. Terrible.
You know what?
Yeah, but back to that point where, like, you know, go play older games. Now, like, I'm playing Tales of Grace's F in October. I plan on I actually have reinstalled Siren. You know, that's available. I mean, you better off playing Siren than fucking Silent Hill F. Or if you so happen to have the game, or if you're willing to pay up a shit ton of money for it, there's the PS2 horror game Quan that's actually made by From Software, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah,
you know, there's plenty of choices when it comes down to like superhero games, RPGs, or fucking horror games where you don't have to settle for the slop that these companies are putting out. It doesn't matter if it's a Western studio, a Japanese studio. Most of these companies are compromised, unfortunately. They're indoctrinated. They're fucking nickeling and diming you. They're selling you shit that doesn't even fucking work on release. They're putting it on they're being lazy. They're using the fucking generic fucking Unreal Engine 5 that can barely run shit.
Yeah.
Like, almost all the games on there. Oh, like, how do you know it's Unreal Engine 5? Well, you can just look at it and then play it. Well,
it's also the
slideshow. Like you're fucking playing a Bethesda game.
It's also the devs, though, because, like, all right, let me put it this way. Like, it's also the devs, because somebody made a good point, and I actually agree with it. He said, let me just read the comment real quick. He said, I blame Unreal Engine's performance on game devs since Unreal Engine is a tool. And I agree with that. The problem is that when someone has a tool that can be abused, they abuse it, right? And the thing is that Unreal Engine can do so much natively in like a pretty like simplified way that devs are all like, they're not like pushing the limits or learning what they need to do in order to like make their vision come to life. They're just relying on the engine to do everything. But if you were to give that engine to, like, let's say devs who back then, they probably would do far more creative things with the engine. So I agree, it's also the tool. I think it's kind of like AI, right? Like AI could be a tool, but people are going to use it to do all the work for them. And I think that's what Unreal Engine is doing, where it's like it's doing so much of the work that like the devs themselves are not as skilled as the ones that were back then. They're just like, it's like giving like if you give Michelangelo a digital tablet, he'll create insane works of art, right? Because of the access of all those tools. Yep. But if you give these people, if you give like a modern artist those paints, that's a digital artist, he might not be able to create the works of something similar to Michelangelo, right? I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but it's kind of like, it's a tool, and the tool is only as good as the person using it. If you give Michelangelo a pencil and paper, he'll create a work of art, right? He doesn't need all the flashy tools, but someone who's a worse artist might need more of the flashy tools to do more of the work for them. And I think that's what's happening with Unreal Engine 5.
That's why you got to stop having these DEI hires.
Yup, that's a
Have people
problem.
that
It's
are
a
skilled and
cancer.
qualified. When you want to have fucking all the minorities in the world and fucking have the studio mostly consist of fucking wine moms and shit, then that's what you gotta get. Fact of the matter is have people there who are qualified, and if it so happens to be men, and if it so happens to be mostly white men or mostly Japanese men, then so be it. Fuck diversity, because then you gotta get shitty games. And then that's why people complain. That's why people criticize these studios when you expect them to have the nerve to charge $70 or more for a game that doesn't work, and then people just they expect people to just be quiet about it, to praise them,
or even worse, Nintendo. Or even worse, Nintendo. I'm gonna charge you $80 for a 360 game that runs like crap.
Exactly, and they're raising the price for Pokemon DLC.
Like,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they want to charge you top dollar for games that look fucking muddy like fucking soup, and then the fucking frame rate is terrible when you have an art style that's deliberately made because you clearly can't make a game that looks anything better than that. I'm talking about Zelda, because I don't know if anyone's seen that footage of, it was like a tech demo for the original not the original, I'm sorry, for the Wii U. And they never had a game that looked like that ever. So they can't even make a game that looks like that. But then they have a game like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, and the frame rate is shit.
Tears of the Kingdom?
Con people with the Switch 2 that's going to make anything any better. Like, I'm sorry, people who bought a Switch 2 are fucking idiots. I'm sorry.
Switch
Have
2?
some self-control, stick to the Switch 1, or play some other console, play on PC, whatever. Mm-hmm. But, you know.
And the idea that what people say is that you're trading
the Pro is a scam.
People are saying that you're trading visuals for the portability of it, but I still think that that's fair, but then you shouldn't be charging full price for them. If you're saying, okay, we're going to cut back because it's a portable console, I can accept that. I can accept that logically, right? However, if you're going to do that, then you should charge less for your games, because clearly the money that the technology is not warranting the amount of money that you're spending. You're spending, the money that you're charging that money based on perceived value rather than what the actual value of the game console or what the games are. So it's like someone else said in the comments, like, you have games that are optimized, that are super, there are games that look like crap. They look like 360 games, like Rise of the Ronin, which it's funny because I told you that too, Revenant, if you don't remember. But you have a game like Rise of the Ronin that looks like a 360 game and it runs like dog shit on a high-end PC because it's poorly optimized.
I like that game despite the body type shit that I didn't know about until I was playing the game.
But I mean,
also has some girl boss stuff in the beginning. But other than that, it actually really is a good fun game.
But what I'm talking about is performance.
And in that setting, go with that over Ghost of Yote. Just saying.
Regardless of
Assassin's Creed Shadows. But back.
Regardless of it, we're talking about performance, and it doesn't perform at the level that a game that looks like that should on modern hardware. You know,
I agree.
It would be like Gears, and honestly, I feel like even then I have to disagree with you. I wouldn't even recommend it because there is girl ball shit in body type A and B. When you got the game, you didn't know that. But now that I know.
I know, but what I'm saying is in comparison to Ghost of Yote or Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's what I'm saying.
Ghost of Yote is gonna flop. Or that game is not cool.
Or you can, yeah, definitely. Or you can just get Neo 1 and 2. I wouldn't bother with 3 because that also has body type shit in there.
Like there's a level of slavery that you have to have.
To your point, like a game like that, like Rise of the Ronin, should not be having like bad frame rate.
Well, it shouldn't be crashing, and it should perform well. It should perform well. You're using outdated tech. It's like, you have modern, like if you're gonna buy a game, right, you have to be like to buy technology that's like 15 years old and like buy it brand new at $80 price point is insane. There's a level of brand loyalty that you need to have to justify that, right? And like honestly, I haven't played a Mario game in recent times that was so good that I was like, oh, this is definitely a console seller. I know people have like the nostalgia for like, Mario games or whatever, but like to me personally, there has not been a Mario game that told me like, oh, like Mario Odyssey, like was that really a console seller when it came out? I played Mario Odyssey. One of my friends let me borrow it. So I played on my Switch. I was like, is this really a console seller? Is this a full price AAA game? Like,
The fanboys, it is, unfortunately.
like modern Zelda is basically like a light Souls game, put it more or less. Like, and then you have those visuals running like that. Like, again, you can have that, you can sell that, and there's nothing wrong with liking Zelda. But the fact that Nintendo would charge you $70 at the time, or $65 or whatever, and $80 for whatever is out now, it's like that's so egregious. That's absolute insanity.
Huh.
And
It
like I said,
is.
with the fanboys for Nintendo, it's no different with Xbox, PlayStation, PC. Like, I don't know why people can't buy a platform of choice, not act like a weirdo. Like talk about PC Master Race. PlayStation is great. It's amazing. There's nothing wrong with it. And they always got to bring some other console or whatever into the conversation. Same with Xbox or even like Nintendo and all that. It's like can you just play games like a normal human being? Can you own like a platform of choice and act like a normal human being instead of swearing allegiance to whatever platform you're playing on?
It's tribalistic human behavior. It's just tribalistic bullshit. But is there anywhere? Is there
going to see with Wolverine?
Wolverine, yeah. Is there anybody waiting in the background to talk? Backstage?
No, that's not me.
It's Madara. I'm actually was gonna say I'm gonna bring him in because he's the only one backstage.
Okay, so we'll bring him in, and then he'll give his opinion, and let's move on to the next subject.
Okay.
Right.
Hello there.
Yeah, RE2 is optimized well on N64. You're right, Nathan Hill Gaming.
Yep.
That game it's impressive that they got it on there. They had to make a couple concessions with some of the pre-rendered cutscenes and stuff, but overall, the fact that you can play the whole game on N64 is really impressive. Yes, so Madar, what are your thoughts on the Wolverine stuff?
Everything okay?
Well, I saw Mystique too. I actually watched the full trailer. From what I saw, Wolverine will fight with the Project X or whatever they were called. The guys who gave Wolverine his adamantite. And I think they are the Reavers, the cyborg guys.
Yeah.
I saw Mystique too, and all I wanna say about her is that I will call her, John Mystique because of how she looks.
I mean, you don't want to play as a 45-year-old wine mom Mystique with a non-remarkable body.
Not really.
Oh, okay. A bunch of PS5 fans really want to play that though. A bunch of like PS5 purists are gonna like Tasty Z said, defend it to death.
They can have it.
Bro, they took one of the hottest characters in mutant characters and they said, you know what? 45-year-old wine mom. No body. Cover her in some like weird armor that basically like completely nerfs her silhouette. That's another thing they like to do now. Even if a woman is attractive in a game, they'll add a bunch of shit to their like armor, to their body, to the point where like it just completely masks their like feminine silhouette.
Yeah. Also,
don't worry. Deborah Wilson won't have any armor though. Deborah Wilson, you'll be able to see her silhouette though. Don't worry.
Yikes. Also about ugly characters, like I saw Revenant's post on Twitter, like, they will say, you just picky or go watch porn, but, the go watch porn argument, I saw that argument from actual game developers. The go watch porn argument is basically if you go to a restaurant and ask for some food, and when you complain to the waiter that the food tastes like shit, he will respond like, "Oh, go to a Burger King." That's basically the same argument.
Yeah. You know what would be funny? You know how easy it is to expose their hypocrisy? Just take anything that they like and make all the men like fat, balding dudes. And then when they complain about it, say, go watch porn then. Real men don't look like Kratos. They look like the guy from The Office, the balding guy who dropped the chili. That's who real men look like. If you don't like that, don't buy the game. That's honestly how fucking stupid these people are. Like, I hate to say it, but they're
Yeah.
so brain dead. They're so narrow. They have such narrow views on things that they don't realize the hypocrisy of what they're saying. If you take a lot of these people are Naruto weebs. If you just make all the Naruto male characters like fat, doughy dudes, right? They look like Bob from Tekken. Then they're gonna go ape shit, and you say, "Well, real men don't look." Just say that real men don't look like that. Go watch porn. Go watch whatever hentai. Why you watch it? Why you don't play the game? It's such a stupid argument because it's to say that if you want to
Yeah.
see beauty in your
Yup.
escapism, that there's something wrong with you. That there's something inherently bad about wanting to look at aesthetic things. Art, even the great artists of the past, they drew the female form. They drew beautiful women because beauty is art. People like to look at beautiful things. It has nothing to do with sex. It has nothing to do with, corn, whatever. Even though, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that aesthetics apply to so many things. If you look at a suit of a superhero and it's ugly, right, then you're not going to want to look at it. If you look at a person in a game or a movie
Like
that's
Superman.
not like Superman, that suit fucking sucked. I can't believe they put that on screen. Fuck James Gunn with that one, but that's a whole other thing. Anyway,
Exactly.
that was so bad. I'm not going to go
James
there. He
Gunn's a
opened a
fucking clown.
bro
Yeah.
that X-Men 2000s X-Men jumpsuit fucking thing he was wearing looks horrible. Anyway, so
Yeah.
you have aesthetics. Aesthetics are beauty. Like if you have like a table, if you have like beautiful architecture, it's aesthetic. So when it comes to humans, as much as we don't want to admit it, most of us aren't supermodels. We like aesthetics. I'm not saying every grandma in an open world GTA game needs to look like a supermodel, but there's nothing wrong with your main characters being beautiful if that's what you choose to do. And it's not so much that every character has to be beautiful and every main character has to be beautiful. It's the idea that whenever you put beauty in games now, they get criticized. It's more so that aspect of it. If you want to make your game where you play this bald peanut-headed woman in space, go ahead, do that. But then don't criticize me for playing a game like Stellar Blade or The First Descendant where I'm choosing to want to look at beautiful things. And the problem is not that you can't have your peanut heads like Intergalactic. It's that you don't want me to have my thing. You want to push your shit everywhere and spread it, but then tell me that I'm evil. When I could say I could tell them that you're evil because you're muddying what you're muddying the perspective of what a man and woman should look like in an egregious way. You flip their arguments on themselves and say that what they're doing is heinous. What they're doing is pushing, women back years or whatever. So
Exactly.
it's just so silly to me. And I think
remember what
Yeah.
Tati Gabrielle said. Remember what she said? All the people hating, they're gonna buy it anyway. So
Sure.
just remember that when before you decide to buy that slop, that these people, they don't like you, they disrespect you. If it ain't the voice actor or the voice actress talking shit, it's the developers.
I hate
So
to say it.
always keep that in mind. And that game, I'm sure, is gonna look as atrocious as the character does.
Itachi Edit says still a better Superman than Henry Cavill. Cough cough. Nah, bro. I'm sorry. He's dog shit. Even if you don't like Henry Cavill Superman, James Gunn's Superman fucking sucks. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
bro. It sucks.
Yeah. I just need
I'm not
to
saying
go back.
you don't have to like Snyder Superman. That's fine. But it's like a different animal's diarrhea, right? If you want to look at Henry Cavill's shit, I just consider James Gunn a different creature shit. They're both like, I don't think Henry Cavill's shit, by the way. I actually like Henry Cavill.
despite like if you like that movie or not, I think he was a good Superman, a good casting call, but casting choice. But when it comes to like James Gunn, that Superman is atrocious. That is a terrible Superman. Like I don't know
Yeah,
what
it
the hell.
is.
People are smoking crack if they think that's a good Superman. And as far as people saying it's more comic accurate, it's not comic accurate. It's also not comic accurate. So
No.
I didn't know Ultraman was a Superman clone that's basically Bizarro. But I'm not even gonna go into that. I'm just gonna say flatly that version of Superman fucking sucks from head to toe. Sorry guys, sorry if anyone
I'm
likes that
on your
movie.
side too, Jambachi. I agree with you, man. And listen, guys, I have to go to work. My name is Royce. I help expose all this evil stuff, what's happening in the world, and we'll do more of this group chat, guys. I love it.
Podcast, but yeah,
Okay.
you're
Podcast. I
saying group
love it.
chat.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
man. I'll
Yeah.
catch you later. Have a good day at work.
Catch
Thanks
you
for
later,
stepping
man.
in.
Great
All
having
right.
you on again,
Bye.
Royce. Take it easy.
Yeah. Me too, man. Bye.
See you next time.
Make them all Danny DeVito. I agree. Make them all Danny DeVito and watch how they start complaining about how why are they doing this? All
Make them
those
all
shows
Carl
that
Winslow.
the Y moms watch with like the pretty boy dudes, like all like the weird shit that they watch. You guys know what kind of shows I'm talking about. Make them all Danny DeVito. That's it. That's a perfect example. Make them all Danny DeVito. So, Madara, anything else you have to say about it? We kind of derailed a bit, and then we'll move on to the next subject.
Yeah. Another thing about ugly characters, like I saw, I can't speak. Back when, the Veilguard days, after the game released, I think the David Gaider, he was a BioWare writer. A similar thing, like, we
Oh,
are
yeah, I know
all,
what you're going to talk
born.
about.
What?
No, I was just going to say, like, I know what you're alluding to of what he said.
Oh, just, your microphone was a bit quiet, so I didn't hear it.
Oh, sorry about that.
So
But
he had the same argument, like, and we criticized the characters in Veilguard that, they don't look good. And by good, I don't mean that, they're not hot. Like, for example, they look very cartoonish, like they have big head and narrow shoulders. Their skin has this weird texture, like, to be honest, they look like, wax dolls. All of them, in Veilguard. Their skin,
Yeah. They look weird.
very plasticky.
They look like clay. They look like they were
Yeah.
modeled from clay
Wax
almost.
dolls.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, that's what we criticize. Plus their design, like Emmerich, the necromancer guy. He literally looks like a Disney character.
And I agree with you. And I would go even further and say you can have your characters that, I mean, like, again, you shouldn't change series that were never about that or never had those aesthetics to have them. So I think that's bad with Veilguard regardless, because the characters were never didn't look like that before. But even if you want to make your games like that, the real war isn't whether or not games should have those kind of characters. It's that those same people are trying to take away the characters that the other people like. For example, like your Eves, like your Bayonettas, like your original Jill Valentine, Resident Evil 5 Jill Valentine, or whatever, Shevas of the world. You're trying to get rid of one and then say, but we have a right to exist to do whatever. But then you're saying that, but you can't do this. Don't ever do this. We don't like when you do that. It's like, bro, you can't have rules for you and rules for thee, rules for me, rules for thee. If I have a character like Eve, it shouldn't bother you. You want to make your Veilguard bimbo, dumb leftist liberal weirdo, do it. But remember, people are not obligated to buy your game. If you make that choice, you might alienate some people. And also, if I'm doing my thing over here, you should leave me the hell alone, because what I'm doing has nothing to do with you. If you don't like it, then you don't have to play this kind of game. So I think it goes both ways. The problem is that the industry is trying to spread that shit across the board, across all games, whether it be through censorship, whether it be through strong-arming Japan, whether it be through creating false narratives or trying to create controversy to make people turn on devs, right? Like, this person did that or whatever, even though that's usually the leftists anyway that are doing the weird shit. So they're trying to prevent sexy or attractive women from existing in games, which is the problem. And because it's an industry thing where even the publishers themselves are pushing the censorship, as far as even getting Western devs into studios in Japan, as far as going that way, right? Like we saw with Dragon Quest, right? So that's the problem. That's really the issue, you know. And then they'll it's kind of like that saying where like they're punching you while crying out in pain. They're saying, oh, this is unfair, this is whatever, and meanwhile they're trying to destroy what you love, but then crying about how they're underrepresented, how they're victims or whatever. And I think that's the crux of why there's these issues going on in gaming right now.
Yep, exactly. So let's move on.
Oh, hold on. Let me just say one thing. Hydra said Henry Cavill had a good Superman build, just he was horribly directed. Yeah, I think that he's good casting, and they should, if he was in like a different, like by a different director or like a different film, I think he would have been received better. I agree with that. I honestly don't hate Man of. I like Man of Steel. I like BVS. Well, specifically the Ultimate Edition, but I can see why people don't like them. But to say Henry Cavill's a bad Superman or that he sucked, I don't agree with that. I don't think it's. I don't think, even if you don't like the movies, I don't think it's the actor's fault. I think it's the direction, as you said. But even then, I do like those films. But I get what you mean.
I think you would have liked those films if your mother was also called Martha.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I understand why they made that choice in the film. People don't like it, and I get why. And I'm not gonna bother explaining it like in depth, but I do think that like there's an overreaction to that market scene that if you just think logically for a bit, it would make more sense. You know, for example, imagine you're on your deathbed, you're about to die, and you know the guy that's about to kill you doesn't know who your mom is. If you say, "Oh, my mom, you have to save her," who the fuck is your mom? First off. Second, the point of that scene being written is because it was supposed to make Batman feel like he's become the same as the person who killed his parents, who killed his mom. It was supposed to bring him back to humanity. Again, I get why people don't like it. I'm not going to go too deep on it. I think that it's a fucking meme. I think people have overly memed that. But that's my opinion. Am I saying it's perfect? No, it is a flawed scene, but there is logic there. There is, especially in the Ultimate Edition, there is logic. There's a logical through point to why that took place. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. But if people don't like that film, it's fine. You know, I'm not the thought police. You can like what you like.
Also about that's not now how real woman looks like. It's also kind of misleading because when, you know, I go to the bus and travel to the shop or somewhere, you know, in a bus, the women I see are, you know, way more good looking than any of these video game characters like Dottie or I don't know, Ellie or Abby or whatever. Like they aren't supermodels, but they don't like, you know, these ugly goblins or whatever. Like they're actually feminine.
Go to any gym in the US and you're gonna see multiple women that look better or like the characters from the past. They look way better than these characters that they put in games now.
No, I'm talking about, you know, just simply walking on the street or going somewhere.
Yeah,
you know,
even
the
walking,
people you run into.
even walking in the street, I agree. But I'm saying that like there's like this argument that like women that are built like a certain way don't exist. And like I said, if you go to any gym in the US, you're gonna find a bunch of women that have that kind of like build to them. So it is. But I agree with you. I agree with you. Anywhere that you go, you're gonna see attractive women. I'm just saying like specifically like the women that are built like Catwoman, that are built like Eve from Stellar Blade. Like you'll see them if you just go to a place where people work out.
Yeah,
it's really not that complicated.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I'm not talking about, you know, supermodels, like, you know, decent.
Yeah, even yeah, but I get that. Like even regular looking women that are like just decent looking, you'll see more of them than these like monstrosities you see in the games. I agree with that. I'm just saying that, and by extension, you can also do what I said and see the other end of it too.
Another thing about this Wolverine game is that, you know, somebody brought up the, you know, blood physics and, you know, the details, the animations. Like they bring up this shit, you know, as, you know, marketing for I don't know, since 2015 or something. Like they always brag about, look at them, fancy graphics, but that's all they, you know, can present nowadays. Like, oh, you look at them, fancy graphics. The game might run like shit and the story is awful, but look at them, fancy graphics. The graphics didn't evolve at all since 2015 that
Yeah.
much.
Well, I made a joke before. If you take Kratos, if you take Ellie, if you take a lot of these like modern games and just put them all in the same one, they would all match visually. They would look like they were from the same game.
Yeah.
Like, so they all have like that same like pseudo hyper realistic look to them that they don't have any. There's like no uniqueness to them. They just kind of look like they're just people in various different cosplays. That's it.
Also, his modern games also, as I said, run like shit. For
Yeah.
example, I know a really good example. I was a Dragon Age fan and I played Inquisition and Veilguard. Both use the Frostbite engine. Inquisition I can run on the highest settings in my PC without any issues. Meanwhile, Veilguard, it struggles even on the lowest setting. Not to
And
mention that Veilguard has smaller maps, like the maps themselves are much smaller, and the graphics doesn't look, very impressive. Not to
it's kind of
mention that,
crazy because even Inquisition was a little bit buggy as well,
yeah.
which is crazy.
Also, I ran into a lot of bugs. For example, if I use the fast travel too much, the game crashes. Like, the game crashed if I fast travel too much, so it took a bit longer to get around. But as I said, thankfully the maps aren't that big. Like in
Yeah,
Inquisition, that would have been frustrating because those are really big maps.
Right. So,
yeah.
before we get into the next topic about Crimson Desert, say one last quick thing about Wolverine. Obviously Mystique looks very manly. All the red flags are there. Don't ignore it for just the detail and the gore and the combat and all that, because just know it's gonna be more of the same as Spider-Man 2. They're gonna double down on it.
Oh
And you
yeah.
already know what these developers think of you. So
Yep. They're
just
gonna double
Yeah.
don't be
down.
fooled by it. They don't need Sweet Baby Inc. to put in woke bullshit in it, because game developers were doing this shit for years before then,
Sweet
before
Baby
anyone
Inc.
even heard of them or became even relevant.
Yeah, Sweet Baby Inc. wasn't like the sole proprietor of woke shit.
Yeah.
They're not the sole
So
owner of the woke games or making woke games. Like there are like different. That has been
mhm.
going on for quite a while now. And like somebody said in the comments, I forgot who, the games are going to progressively continue to get more and more woke because they're going to keep as long as they
Yep.
know they can get away with it, they'll just ramp it up. That's why Spider-Man
Exactly.
2 Insomniac is way more woke than the first game, even though the first game was woke as well. And then like with Wolverine, that's going to be triplified or triple. I said triplified, but like, you know what I mean? Triplified. That's
Ultra
funny.
woke.
Yeah. I get what you're
It's
saying.
gonna be it's
Yeah,
gonna
ultra
be
woke for sure.
ultra woke. Yeah, it's gonna
Yeah.
definitely be ultra woke. And again, like
Yep.
Mystique, I guarantee. I want us to come back to this after the game comes out. I hope that we'll do another podcast, and I want to see if I'm right about the non-binary like trans shit they're gonna do with Mystique, because I feel like it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
I just know it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
anyway,
I'm,
so
I'm
let's
I'm
move
waiting
on.
for that. But yeah, so
Another last
Crimson
thing about
Desert.
another last thing about the Wolverine game. Like as um, I didn't agree with Royce on the being flop or something because there are still PlayStation fans and Wolverine as an IP has still has some fan base.
Yeah, I
So I
agree.
Of
think it
course.
will
It's gonna
do
sell very well
sell enough,
regardless.
sell well enough.
Just like
Well, it's not going to
Ghost
do
of
bad just
Yote.
because it's
Ghost of
woke.
Yote is gonna sell well. I mean, I'm sure it's gonna take a hit in sales due to everything, but it'll probably
Yeah,
sell, fairly well. Just like Intergalactic, there's still gonna be people who are dumb enough to still buy that game. They there's still going to be a legion of like loyal sheep, regardless. Like these companies can like literally just like knock the door in their house, fucking steal all their property, fucking kick their dog or whatever, fucking, you know, put a put a round in whatever family member, and these people will still fucking get on their knees and then fucking have their mouths wide open for them no matter what. So
Just because the game is woke doesn't mean it's not going to sell well. That's why people, they always try to say, oh, but
Especially if it has, brand recognition.
well, I mean, that's the only reason.
yeah,
If it doesn't have brand recognition, it won't sell. Look at Dustborn. Look at Concord.
Yeah.
So the thing is that woke shit, it's like they always make the argument like that because that's the argument people will make. Well, look, Last of Us 2 sold well. This sold well. Okay.
hold on, Jinpachi. Nathan Hill Gaming, thank you for stopping by.
Yep. Thanks for showing up, bro.
Commenting in the chat, really appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your day and take it easy.
Yep. See you around, man. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in.
Oh, Neo Zolk has to go too. So thank you for stopping by, Neo Zolk. Appreciate you as always.
Yes.
You too have a good rest of your day and take it easy.
Yep.
Thanks for
Yep.
stopping
Have a good
by.
one, man. Thank you. For
Another
sure.
thing about brand recognition.
Well, hold
like-
on. So
Okay.
I was saying that because of that, the argument they'll always make is that, oh, the game sold well but despite being woke, or like it's not woke because it sold well. Like what they try to say with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Look at the player numbers. All right, player numbers don't mean it's not woke. Woke does not mean how well you sell, or even if it's something is received well. It's an ideology that's shoved into a game or into a movie or whatever. If that ideology is there, it's woke. Even if it's universally loved, if that ideology is there, it's still woke. Woke is not just saying it's not a synonym for bad. Even though it usually means something is bad, it doesn't automatically mean, oh, bad, like it didn't sell well, it's not good, it has no, the gameplay fucking sucks. It just means that it has woke ideology in it. For a lot of people, that means it's automatically bad, but it doesn't mean that it's like a bad, it doesn't itself mean bad in general. It just means that ideology is there. So again, even though I consider those games terrible, if someone says, oh, I like The Last of Us 2 gameplay, I like Spider-Man Insomniac gameplay, okay, if that might be good to you. But it might even sell well, but it doesn't mean that it's not woke. So even with brand recognition, that's actually why they hijack so many things, because they know that if they make something that is woke, it won't sell on its own. So they need Spider-Man, they need Wolverine, they need Last of Us, they need, even though the first one had some woke shit in it, so they need these IPs to sell their ideology. That's why they're so hell-bent on hijacking.
Yeah, that's actually what I wanted to say, but in different words. What I wanted to say is that wokeness or leftism or whatever you want to call it is parasitic, like literally parasitic.
Yeah.
You need a host to survive. And by host, I
it's
mean
a skin suit. A skin suit.
IP. An IP with a fan base.
It needs a skin suit. That's what it needs.
Yeah.
It needs a skin suit. And
I mean, just look at Concord. They spent around, 400 million on it just for it to, crash and burn, and basically nobody wanted it.
Yeah. Indeed. Definitely.
But also when they do have a fan base, for example, Star Wars, like their IP, the Star Wars IP is failing because, the parasite already, sucked out most of the life force out of it.
Well, look at it this way. I'll put it for you this way. You ever seen the movie The Thing, right? Or something like that, right? Or like whatever. Let's just say like you have a monster movie.
I saw the Thing.
Okay, but whatever monster movie, the character looks human, right? It's been hijacked. It looks human. It's the Thing. It's inside this person. They've completely changed. And on the surface, they look human. People are okay with it for a while because it looks human, right? But as it starts mutating, as you start seeing the mutation, people start like freaking out more and more progressively. And so now you're dealing with a full-blown monster that nobody wants anymore. So that's usually what happens. It's like they'll hijack something, the flesh will rot off slowly. People start seeing the rot, and by the time they see the rot, it's too late. The Thing has been completely hijacked, it's been ruined, and then it loses all of its fans. But for that while people didn't notice, it was making plenty of money based on people going off their brand recognition, right? So then the people who make it can say, well, it got destroyed, but we made like $500 million on the film, so whatever, it got destroyed, we don't care, And And by the time the fans walk away, a lot of times it's too late. You've seen that with Marvel, right? Where like that's by the time people stop caring as much about Marvel, it's because so much of it was already ruined that like now it's just so bad that even people that are like pro the woke shit are like walking away from it. So that's basically what it is. It's like the skin suit dries up, it rots, it falls off. People see that it's rotting eventually, and then they walk away, and by then it's like too late.
Indeed.
Any chance you could have had of saving it is long gone.
Yep, I agree.
So anyway, so let's
so
move on.
let's get on to Crimson Desert. Before I do, The Thing is a great movie, a classic.
The
And
Thing is
also,
fire, indeed.
the game on PS2, I don't know if it was on any other console. It probably was. Pretty sure it was on Xbox. But that was also got remastered, I think, sometime last year. So, that's another old game that
I
people
saw
can go
the
back
OG
to,
thing and the
remastered.
remake.
The remake fucking
Oh, yeah, I'm
sucked,
not talking
though.
about yeah.
That remake
Yeah,
sucked.
I'm
That
not talking
movie
about that
remake
one.
was well, it was like it was a remake slash prequel, and it's not good. It's not the worst. It's not the worst movie I've ever seen, but it's not great. I don't want to go into a conversation about that, but yeah,
You know how a modern Thing movie
Mhm.
should be made? For example, Guillermo del Toro has these good, these practical effects like, creatures and such. Like if he made that Thing movie, that could work, with practical effects.
Well, they covered it with CGI. They made practical effects, and then the studio last second panicked and thought people would think it's outdated, and then they covered it with CGI post filming. You know how horrible that is? That was a terrible decision. Because the CGI
Yeah.
looks like it doesn't look fake. I mean, well, it doesn't. Well, how do I put it? It's not like terrible CGI, but it's obviously CGI, right? So, yeah. And what I would do if I was doing a Thing sequel, I would make it a race against time. Maybe make it that a village has in its entire population infected by the Thing slowly, and the people in the movie have to stop that village before the infection spreads across like the country. Maybe like a small town is like whatever, and it can even be subversive in that they don't know what's going on until they start realizing like, oh shit, this is what
Small
happened.
isolated town.
Yeah, like an isolated town, exactly, and all the people are infected, and they can have a thing where like, you know, but most of the people are infected, and they have to stop that infection before it reaches like civilization. Because you can't. The problem with the prequel is that it's trying to do the same thing that the first movie did, and it already did that. It already told that story of like
Basically a carbon copy.
yeah, it's a carbon copy, but worse with CGI. So I would say just go a different route with it. Explore what would happen if a large population was infected. That would be freaky, right? Most of the forest life is infected, and you don't even know that they're like whatever. Like that whole region is like fuck. That's a scary premise, right? Because you're like seconds away from total apocalypse. Like that would be way more interesting, man. But that's like neither here nor there. We're like talking about the Thing now, but for sure, like they definitely would benefit from telling that kind of story, I think.
Another thing about the Thing, haha, pun, is that the Dead by Daylight games. So I was hoping that one day they will add the Thing from the
Yeah.
movie into that game. Like it would be interesting. I don't know how it would work.
You know
Maybe
what would
that
be creepy?
shape shifts.
Maybe yeah, it could look like different survivors, complete with their name tag and everything. So there's no difference between them and the people that they're copying online. Even though I
Yeah.
don't care, I'm giving ideas about this game that I think sucks, but whatever. Like, also what they could do is they could have the kills be really freaky. Like, remember in the original film where he grabbed the dude's face and then he drug him off with his face, like he dragged him off like by his like head, and you could see like his body like trailing as he's like the scientist guy was walking away. I forgot his name. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
The one where they test their blood, that scene.
No. I'm talking about toward the end of the film where like the guy gets caught with what's his name again? I forgot his name. Whitley? Whitley? I don't remember. The scientist, the one who was like the final Thing creature. He basically put his hand through the guy's face and like merged with his face. And then like
The fat guy
yeah,
with the glasses.
Yes, and then and then like they showed the scene and he was dragging him by his
Wasn't
face,
he
but
called Blair? Wasn't
Blair,
his
that's
name
his name.
Blair?
It's Blair. It's Blair. Yeah. And Blair was dragging him by his face, and it was like this like stretch of skin between his hand and the guy's head. Like it was just freaky. Like
Oh,
that.
when his hand merges with his face, like that
Exactly.
scene.
Yes. Yeah.
Ah,
That would be a crazy death scene in Dead by Daylight. If they can do that, that'd be creepy. Like they catch you and then like he like sticks his hand in your face and then like does that. That'd be like really disturbing for a game.
or maybe that, the thing from the stomach to the head, like the character, it opens a big mouth, from stomach to head,
Yeah, and the head
and it
detaches and
bites
becomes
you.
like a spider. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that giant mouth opens up from, stomach to head,
Yeah.
basically half, and bites you down, the thing.
That would be creepy. But then again, I'm telling you all this, and I kind of hate that game. I don't care for it at all. I don't hate it. I just don't care about it at all. But if they were to do that, that would be pretty cool. Like, that'd be smart. You can have so many different variants of how you could kill them. You can even make it that what's different about that character versus the other creatures is that if you kill him, he can detach. And then, like, the detachment can still run around and try to get you. Almost like a second life. Like, when, like, the head detached and grew, like, the spider legs and the antenna and whatnot.
Or maybe I came up with an interesting mechanic. For example, if the thing kills a player, that player becomes another thing, and there will be more hunters versus survivors. What do you think about that?
I think that's interesting, but I feel like for gameplay purposes, because players can talk to each other and shit like that, I think it's just better if you're disguised as that player. Like you take his form and then now you're that character. Because then, honestly, when you play a game online, the only way you can really tell if a person's a human or not, like or a bot, is by the name above their head. If you replicate that and you have like you're the thing, but you have the gamer tag or name tag of the person that you killed, the person around you who's trying to survive won't even know it's you. And to balance it, I would make it that it takes extremely long for him to kill you and assimilate you. So if there's other players around while you do it, it's going to be obvious because it takes so long and then they'll kill you. So you have to kind of isolate characters and then take them out that way. I think that would be like more interesting gameplay wise.
So
But
basically, like Among Us.
kind of, and you have to isolate them because if you don't isolate them, then imagine it takes me like a full minute animation to absorb you or something, and another player walks in, they'll just all gang up on you, right? But now if like it's just me and you and we're together, and then all of a sudden I just like flip on you, that would be like really crazy, honestly. And then because I have the gamer tag of the guy I killed, no one would know it was me. The only drawback would be is if people were talking via like a party chat or something, it would ruin that. So you would have to make it in a way that players cannot communicate with each other after they like die or whatever, which I think that they can in Dead by Daylight, right? If I'm not mistaken. So, but yeah, it's an interesting theory. But anyway, let's move on because we've been on this for a while. Because I actually don't like that game. I think it sucks, which is crazy.
I don't play it either, but just an idea.
I think if you're gonna do everything that I just said right now, I would just make a thing game, like a multiplayer. I would just make a game solely based on the thing, and that way you can just control whether players can hear you or not, right? Because like then you could just make it that voice chat is disabled or party chat is disabled for the game somehow, or like something like that.
First person Among Us, basically, like that.
I wouldn't even make it first person. I'd make it third person. Because it wouldn't really have.
First person, works better because it's more paranoid that way. Like if you can see a person coming from behind you from third person, it doesn't have that effect.
The caveat will be here that would make it different is that the thing mutates, right? So imagine like you go into a corner of a room and then I mutate into this giant thing and I'm blocking your escape. So in third person, I think that would be more freaky because imagine you're like, we're running together to escape. I corner you and then I transform. And now like I'm literally, my hitbox is blocking your escape route. Now like it's so hard to escape. And now you have to like watch your character get absorbed from third person. I think that would be like way more disturbing than in first person where like a lot of it will be like censored from your view. But again, like either way, you can even probably have an option that you can play in first person or third person.
Or wait a minute, instead of an Among Us like game, like my idea, for example, there will be the thing and the players. And the thing job is not to kill all the players, but convert all the players into other things. So it's like and the player's job is to kill the thing before it converts everybody.
Yeah, or make it that the thing has to escape because it wants to spread the virus everywhere. So the person playing as the thing has to try to escape. And obviously, if you're a mutant, they're gonna chase you down and kill you. They're not gonna allow you to escape. So the players
Yeah, I
have to.
know that thing game
So
from
like,
the 2000s.
so they'll try to like get you. Basically, the goal of the players is to not let you escape and to exterminate you, so you don't infect the global population. But as the thing player, you have to try to escape, and you're only going to be able to do that by assimilating. But I wouldn't have it that I wouldn't have it in a way where like you assimilate somebody and then they also become a thing. I would make it that once you assimilate a player, they're gone, like they're just dead, and now you can take their form. But you would have to disable voice chat. That's the only way it could work. If you don't disable that, the people will just tell you like, oh, this guy absorbed me or whatever, and then like you'll know. So it would be tricky to make that work. And I think a lot of people would cheat anyway by finding some form of like voice chat to like ruin that. But it could have been fun. It's a cool idea. But yeah, let's move on because we've been on this. We've been on this for like too long because I think we got to move on, man. There's too many subjects.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, I just think
yeah,
the
yeah.
copy thing would work better because if you're a bad player, it will be harder to win because again you have to fight against more than one thing, more than one
Yeah,
enemy.
you know what it is in the films?
Right.
They rarely ever showed that more than one person was infected. Even like it seems in the films that a person would die and another person would be infected. So there was rarely, if ever, more than one thing on screen at once. If you watch both movies, you'll like see that like there's never really like three or multiple things walking around confirmed. Only when you had the dog was infected and whatever. But like it's kind of implied. It's like in a movie they usually just have like one at a time, and I think that for gameplay it just works better because if everyone gangs up on you, I think that just like having players be able to communicate with each other will make it too obvious who it is. I think it's just better that like you're playing, I assimilate you, now you're silenced, right? You're completely silenced. I have you tag, or I'll turn off chat in general, and then now I'm walking around with your name tag and no one knows I'm you. I think that's way more. I think it's also more balanced. I think. So anyway, but like I said, let's move on because we have other topics we need to discuss, and we're already 2.5 hours in. So we're close to that 3.5 hour mark, and I want to make sure we get all the sub topics before we close out. So Revenant, go ahead. What's the next topic?
Crimson Desert finally has a release date. It's coming out March 19th of 2026. So it's been in development for a very long time. And it seems like it's finally going to be coming out. I don't know if anyone is aware of the game or know much
yes.
about it. So
Oh yes.
I'll let anyone who knows about it can give their thoughts on it.
So I think it's been in the making like 7 or 8 years. I can't remember. I think I'm right on that. 7 to 8 years, and I think it's made by South.
I think you're correct about that.
Yeah, I think it's made by South Korean devs because South Korea.
Yeah, they're Korean. Yeah,
Yeah,
they made
and
Black Desert Online,
oh
and it's in the
yeah, oh
same
yeah.
universe. So yeah.
But this is like I think the Crimson Desert is kind of like a prequel, I think, to uh Black Desert. I think it's kind of like a I'm not too sure. I really forgot. But I'm not very smart on the lore type of thing, but seeing everything else, the gameplay looks really good. It's a full-on mix like Witcher meets Assassin's Creed meets a little bit of Dark Souls. It, and I'm guessing the armor customization is looking spectacular on the game. The female characters on the game doesn't look woke as hell. Like it looks beautiful.
It was pretty
Like
based to me. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's a part in the little gameplay scene on Crimson Desert. You can duel people, like duel or challenge people to a fight, whatever. There's this one scene you
Yeah.
fight this noble knight warrior, and then at the end of the fight, the guy shakes your hand. Like I'm like, hell yeah, that's awesome. You can
Mm-hmm.
pet cats, you can pet dogs, you can hijack like horse carriage, like
Mm-hmm.
GTA.
It kind
You
of
can,
reminds me a bit of Dragon's Dogma in like
yeah,
in some aspects, and it kind of seems like that's kind of what Dragon's Dogma 2 should have been more like
yeah, yeah,
in a
yeah,
way.
yeah,
And
and
I
yeah.
hope it's good because like the trailers and everything, even like we had like I remember it may have been almost an hour of like gameplay they had. I think
Oh
it was
yeah,
like last year or so,
oh
and
yeah.
it was like really good. They even showed God, the hell. Anyway, they're coming after me. Um, but yeah, so they had like the gameplay there. I think that was when they were showing the duel, what you were talking about with the nobleman,
Hmm. Oh yeah.
and it was really good. I would say my main issue with what I saw from then was I think the camera perspective was too high up, in
Ah,
my opinion, and the footsteps were like too loud, and it had the exact same sound. It sounded like he was like wearing fucking heavy ass boots and shit, like wherever he went. And but
mm,
other than that, it looked really good.
yeah. There
So
you can glide on the game. Like you have like the superpower. You can glide in the sky. And then you can just automatically summon
yeah,
your horse. Like that is pretty hardcore on Crimson Desert.
hmm
You can ride dragons. You can fight dragons. I'm like, holy crap, man! Like this is like a Heinz 57 on this game. Like holy crap,
Heinz
man! Like
57.
yeah,
hell yeah, man! I mean, these South Korean devs are very talented. What they did with this game, like,
they are. Yeah.
there's so much very talented Asians. Like, gotta give them props
hmm
for that. Like,
Yeah, it was very ambitious. Looks like they're taking actually trying to be
oh
innovative
yeah,
and creative.
hell, yeah. and
We'll see. We'll
and
see. It looks interesting.
the
It
map,
does look interesting.
the map looks really huge. Looks really good. Um, I mean,
Yeah,
I
the
think the
presentation
real
looks good too, like the
hell
cutscenes and
yeah.
everything.
Oh yeah. Uh, I think the real price is like $70. I mean, that's kind of like the downside, but everything else, I'm like, maybe it might be worth $70. You know, what I mean, at least
I'm
it looks
I'm
better.
concerned with the game's length. I'm
Yeah, I want.
concerned with the game's length because
Yeah,
I do not feel
Mhm.
like playing a 40-hour game, 50-hour. Like I don't want to play a slog. So it does look good. It does look interesting. It looks good, but I'm not certain how much of a slog it will be, and I want to see more of like
yeah,
what the gameplay loop is going to be like overall.
yeah. Like, only
Mhm.
thing I would pre-order the game, like when I see all the gameplay, the map, how big the map is, and all the side quests. I'm just hoping there's a lot of things to do. Like you can go fishing on the game, like Red Dead Redemption 2. I mean,
Yeah,
that's okay, that's awesome. But only thing, yeah, like when I see everything about this game, yeah, that's when I'll pre-order if I hear a lot of awesome stuff about it.
yeah. I
Like,
gotta wait a little bit because it does
yeah.
look cool. The female designs are good, and all of
Oh
that
yeah.
stuff is great. I just like it's for the same reason why like I can't get through certain games anymore because they're just too long. They're
Yeah.
just too long, too grindy. I just don't want to like deal with like a slog.
I feel like
That's a
yeah,
personal thing though.
I feel like there's not that gonna be I think there's not gonna be like gear score. That's what I feel like. There's not gonna be like gear score. You have to just keep on grinding like Division 2 or Division 1. And I feel like it's kind of like this awesome RPG games, like sword fighting games, like
Mhm.
if you unlock a mission and completed it or doing side quests, kind of like Skyrim gives you the armor, gives you the weapons. That's what I kind of feel like about Crimson Desert. Like,
It probably
I
will
mean,
be.
yeah,
It probably will be. I'm
yeah,
just determining whether the
Hopefully.
game will be for me or not. That's all.
yeah.
Because
I, I'm
like
yeah. For me
because
personally, I'm kind of different. Like, I'm very picky on other games. Like, I could tell if I might like it, and then if I don't like it, like I feel like this game might be up my alley because I really love that massive, huge open world. I love adventuring different areas in the map. Like, hopefully the map is massive and huge, and I can
I feel you.
do
I feel
whatever.
you on
But
that. I
that's what
feel
I
you.
Yeah.
can say with the
Hopefully there's a lot
everything
of
else.
yeah, yeah. No, I'm definitely with you on that, Apollo. Hopefully you know, if the map is gonna be huge, I hope there's a lot you can
Oh yeah,
do. It feels lively. I don't
side
want it to
quest
be like this like
missions and
barren like wasteland type of
Well, that's
map
what I'm
that
saying.
we're used
Yeah,
to.
yeah,
Like
yeah. Like a barren
uh
wasteland, overly
yeah,
grindy, point A to point B, like quest.
yeah.
Like
Because
I
then it's
just
feel
like
I'm
like
not.
because then it's like what's the point of it being like this big map
yeah,
if it's gonna be a lot of emptiness
Yeah.
and there's gonna be a slog to
I,
get through. You know what
I
I
feel
mean?
like the one thing I'm gonna say is I think I'll be done with that, but it would be maybe the difficulty modes. Like I feel like it's gonna be like Skyrim. Like there's casual, there's hard, there's normal, there's easy. There's like maybe it might have that type of modes. Like for everybody else, want to get done from work and then just want to chill out on a good game and have fun. Maybe there's might be that type of mechanic mode.
Well, it's not really so much about an easy mode, right? Because whether a game is easy or not, you still have to walk across the
Yeah.
wasteland, right? That's
Oh
what I'm
yeah.
saying. Like the time it takes. I'm not like again. I'm not trying to be too overly negative because the game does look good.
Oh yeah.
I'm just careful about the games I buy now because
Yeah.
there's so many games that like I just like have lost interest in playing because they're just such
Yeah.
a slog. They're just such a slog to get through. I'm like, oh my goodness, like when is this gonna end? Like
Yeah.
you get tired of walking across the map or like I don't know. That's just me. Like
At least,
I hope it's good.
yeah. At least you have a
And at
horse that
least
can go
they're not.
super fast.
Yeah, yeah. You have a horse. It doesn't look like there's like woke shit in it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Big time.
It doesn't look like so. Those are all pros.
Oh yeah.
But again, like I just want games to kind of have like more of a refined vision. Because even
Yeah.
RPG games that I liked in the past, right? Like a lot of like the RPG games that have like somewhat open worlds. At least they had more of a clear like vision of where the direction that the story
Oh
was
yeah.
going to go into, as opposed to so many different like so many different directions the story was going to go into. They just have like kind of like a linear focus with like some side quests if you want to unlock additional shit. I find like for me personally, that's a better experience because like for example, Ghost of Tsushima, as fun as the combat was in the first game, I did find like traversing the map and finding some of the stuff to become really fucking boring. Like I would get so bored sometimes, like just going across the field for what felt like 5 to 10 minutes of nothing, you know, like. So I don't know. Again, it's like a personal, subjective take on it. I'm sure the game will probably be good. If it's good, I'll probably end up getting it. But I just don't want it to be like just a grind fest. That's all.
I feel like I think that's what all I have to say about Crimson Desert. For me personally, I mean, it looks good. It looks good on my book. Like nothing wrong with it. I really love how the Korean devs are very talented, very artsy with everything.
Yeah, it looks
Visual,
beautiful. It looks
yeah.
great
Oh
visually.
yeah.
It looks
I
great.
give them props.
But but I just don't jump the gun anymore. I
Yeah.
try not to jump the gun. Even if something looks good, I always have like a level of restraint because I feel like, which is why I never pre-order any games anymore.
Yeah,
Because I feel like you can always buy something and be proven wrong, no matter how safe you think it is. Like even Stellar Blade, look at what happened with the censorship.
Oh yeah.
So I feel like
I'll
there's always
yeah. I'll sit wait and see what happens.
yeah, and then it looks good though. It definitely is a good sign that it looks good.
I don't see
I
no messagings on there anyways. Like
yeah.
yeah.
So if it's good, I'll get it. I'm sure
Yeah.
it'll be great.
They could
Same.
still pull a fast one on you.
They could pull a fast one. Yeah,
Yeah.
they could say they all of a sudden Joel could die in the beginning of the game. All of us, I'm using that hyperbolically, obviously, like that happened with Last of Us, or all of a sudden you have to play as Miles Morales and Mary Jane, right? Or
Yeah.
all of a sudden you have a line, you're watching a movie and then a character randomly starts talking about white privilege. Like
Oh yeah.
there's no like real like for sure way to know whether something is gonna
Or they
pull off.
could
Like
do what Kingdom Come 2 did. Like,
yes,
the
exactly.
A scene and the Musa came out in leaks. Like, they didn't, the developers didn't talk about that before the release. They
Yeah,
didn't mention.
or also some of the other stuff involving a certain group of people that are somehow there that are very important to the plot that you got to save.
The
So all of a
tribe.
sudden, the tribe being all of a sudden they're very important there. Like again, nothing against those people. I'm just talking about like as far as like it not matching the game's timeline. So that's what I'm saying. So you can always get shafted. I feel like so. Again, it
Yes,
does
that's
look
always a
good.
possibility.
I'm not going to shit on it because it does look great. It looks legitimately great. I'm just saying that I'm going to be a little careful before I like say, oh yeah, I'm definitely going to buy it because you
Yeah,
never know, bro.
I gotta watch hours of long gameplay and see
Yeah,
everything else.
yeah, that's
Check
what I
out
would do.
previews, see if anything seems alarming, something doesn't
Yeah.
seem right.
That's what I would do. I would
just to
probably
be
watch an
sure,
hour,
because you know
Yeah.
how
like an
how
hour
it is
gameplay.
nowadays. Like you never know. A lot of these developers, a lot of these games, who knows?
Who
But
knows?
I will say personally, like I don't get excited for a lot of like new games nowadays, like how I used to, like years ago.
Mhm.
Because I know what to expect now. I'm pretty like aware of what can happen, what these developers, what type of like shenanigans they'll pull, and what they think of people like me, and what they think about me is gonna reflect what's in their game. So that's why I'm using more into older games, or if an older game gets re-released, or if they do a proper remaster, like say Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning when that got remastered. It was faithful. They didn't like try to do any modern audience bullshit with it,
Mm,
thankfully. So
Hmm.
like stuff like that. I'm more interested in because more so because it's more convenient if they put it over or
Yeah.
whatever. But when it comes down to a lot of the modern like new shit, it's like
yeah.
most of it I avoid, or if it does look interesting, I just like I'm very like I'm just weary of what can happen. So I just try to keep my expectations in check before I just like instantly have in my mind that
Curb your
I'm gonna get this no
enthusiasm.
matter what.
Mm,
Yeah,
Curb your
exactly.
enthusiasm. No, I
Yeah.
agree. Like,
So
but you know what though? That being said, it does look pretty good so far, and I
it
do
does. It
like
does.
that the women don't look like men,
yeah.
which is great.
The cool thing is you don't see the Korean devs giving the gamers the middle finger nor the F bomb like, oh yeah, this and that, you're a phobe. This, like,
Yeah, yeah.
that is,
It's true. It's
yeah,
true. I agree. So we'll see. I hope it's good.
yeah.
I think we all agree it does look pretty good so far. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Madar?
Well, first I want to comment on Christian's comment. Like, when a review is not genuine, when you see something like, they say, I'm only a few hours in, but I can tell it's game of the year or some shit like they can tell a game is good or something after only a few hours. Like, those are most of the time not genuine.
Yeah. I mean, I just looked at Silent Hill F's gameplay and I knew I didn't want to play it. To be honest with you,
Yeah,
once I saw, you know what? It wasn't even the Souls combat. It was like because outside of like the feminist stuff that's like that's deeper into the game. When I saw like just average gameplay, when I saw her hitting enemies and they had no stagger, and it was like Dark Souls combat, that was enough for me to know like I shall not play this. This shall not be the game that I take part in. Because you know, not only does it have feminist crap, but at the same time, the combat looks really unpolished. It looks very unpolished from what I saw. It looked very like
It
yeah,
does. It really does. And
indie.
it's
It
like
looks
crazy.
really indie.
People want to talk shit about like Silent Hill Homecoming's combat or fucking Callisto Protocol's combat, but then they're praising that game and they're like letting that shit slide. Same thing with the fuck with the remake of two. It's like you gave all these games crap and you still do even now, but then when it comes down to this, you give it a pass, you praise it. And it's like, you just want to fucking like dick suck these games because you got to be that person. Oh, the chuds are saying this or whatever about us, so now I got to defend it no matter what. And now I'm gonna sound like a hypocrite, but I don't care because I got to defend this game because the chuds are going after it. You know that's basically their mentality. Where it's like they can't be
Exactly.
consistent because they have to own a group of people when in actuality they're not owning anyone. They're just making themselves look like more like buffoons. That's what they are.
Pretty much. Pretty much. And yeah, like to your point, I mean, that's exactly what's going on. So I just think that I just think that with a game like Silent Hill F, like I don't really need to see much to know that I don't want to play it. Like there are games like I just know you just know. Like you just like like bro, first off, logically, you're playing as like a what, 14-year-old girl or something like that. How old is she, 15? And you can somehow like overpower a monster with a pipe by beating him to death. But then within the combat itself, you're hitting this guy with the pipe and he's also not reacting to the attacks, right? Like that's one of the most frustrating things in video
For
games for
real.
me. When you hit an
It's
enemy and
crazy.
they just have hyper armor, it just makes me not want to play the game. I'm not saying you have to do a crazy amount of damage. I'm not saying you have to be staggered for super long, but like give me some feedback, man. Cause then I feel
Yeah.
like I'm playing like
They don't
some
have to
indie
start
shit.
they don't have to start cartwheeling and fucking moving like a helicopter like Brock Lesnar.
No, but just take an impact. Just react, bro. Because like when they don't react, the feedback it feels so bad. Like I know the only way I could describe it is like that old meme. It feels bad, man. feels bad, man. That's exactly what that is. It feels bad. Doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good to hit an enemy and you just like slide past him, like you hit him with a stick of butter, and it just like slid across his body. Like, bro, please. At least Silent Hill Homecoming, for better or worse, had the enemies react to when you clubbed them. At least. Developers have to understand that you got to stop with the hyper armor bullshit. It's not fun. It doesn't feel good. It feels bad. It feels bad
Yeah,
to play.
they really gotta stop that. For real.
It feels
It's like
terrible.
fucking you charging $70 for this fucking game. Even if it was 60 or 50, like can they react at least to getting hit?
Like, even
Like,
if that's what I'm
the fuck
saying,
is
like,
going
even
on? Then it has like this weird, like robotic, like awkward dashing shit going on. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
even if it wasn't, even if it didn't have like feminist woke bullshit in it, I would still not buy it because of the gameplay being like that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, I just knew I
Doesn't she
wasn't
also
gonna
have like
buy
a
it.
like a demon arm or some shit like that?
I don't
Like
know.
some weird superpower she gets or something? I could have sworn I
I,
saw something like that.
I honestly don't know.
think she will get like
Chat,
a monster arm or something.
let me know. You get a what? A
I
monster arm?
think some part of the story, the main woman, the girl, I don't know her name, she will get like a monster arm.
Right, that's what it
Okay.
was. Yeah, like what? Like that's like some goofy shit. It's like
Like a
people gotta be like,
giant
yeah, this
monster
is
arm.
Silent Hill. This is Silent Hill. This is what people want. Like if this
Silent
was like,
Hill, the American town in the middle of Japan.
yeah, right, yeah, right, yeah, that has nothing to
the
do with
small,
Silent Hill at all either.
the
On
the
top of that,
small, the small Midwestern American town located in Kyoto, Japan. I don't know if it's in Kyoto, but
yeah,
whatever part of Japan. It's so hilarious. It's funny,
right,
man.
yeah. What was like in the 1600s, some shit. Like I don't know about that, but regardless, like if this was like during the time like years ago when they were like releasing like Homecoming and Downpour and the HD collection, people would have been like, no, this is not good. Like overwhelmingly majority of people will be saying that, but since it's modern day, modern times, modern gaming, now you have people that should know better and to actually speak out against this and be like, no, this is ass, this is stupid. They're not gonna say anything. I know I said on the podcast
Downpour sucks,
before,
though.
like,
To be fair,
well, I didn't play. I'm you know, I'm
Downpour
not.
is really bad.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying. I'm just using that as an example. I know in the podcast I said before that that Silent Hill F at least looks a little more interesting to me than say Resident Evil 9. But now after seeing everything else, like I don't know, they're both kind of like they're both in the exact same boat. They both look like shit. Maybe Resident Evil. I don't know. Maybe Requiem, Resident Evil will maybe like show better like gameplay. But as of right now, even though like the leaks do not sound good.
I gotta wait. I gotta wait and see. I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna pretend Resident Evil 9 looks like the worst game ever in the world to exist. But I gotta wait and see, bro. I gotta wait and see for how that's gonna turn out because I don't think it's. I think from what I've saw with her mom and
Yeah,
herself,
I have no
it
hope
seems
for it
like
either.
it seems like there's some girl boss shit going on there. There probably will be
Oh yeah,
feminist crap in it.
yeah.
But I think that also I would have to see more because what they showed simply just wasn't enough for me to get a feel with the game. Especially since they're talking about Raccoon City, they're talking about Leon and shit. Like I gotta really see more. What they showed was very insufficient. And not only was it insufficient, but like I don't have strong faith that it'll be great. However, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
automatically say it's gonna be like the drizzling shits because I feel like it's still too early to tell. You know, like it's still a little too early. Like, but it doesn't look so far. It's not looking good. It's trending downward for me. And also, when it comes to, I wanted to say something. When it comes to, D-Day Direwolf says Capcom had the sense to make their action Resident Evil game into another game DMC 1. Yeah, until Resident Evil 4 came out. And then they went at full on action. I mean, like, no one could tell me Resident Evil 4 is scary or not or not just a straight up action shooter gallery game. So I think that even to that end, Capcom said fuck it and made Resident Evil 4. I mean, because let's be real, nothing's more scary than roundhouse kicking and spinning back kicking zombies. Am I right?
Oh yeah.
So Time to let go of tired legacy horror titles. I think that we need new stuff, and I think that indie market will make new stuff that is like gonna like kind of. I feel like it might be a situation where if you want to get like really
The
good horror,
Indian
you might
market.
indie market,
I was gonna. Okay, I was gonna say.
Do not
Indian
say
market.
Eve.
Yeah, I want a Bollywood horror game. Anyway, but the indie
Bollywood
market,
horror game where your weapon is, a
you gotta
handful of
dance.
shit and you have to throw it at the monster.
You gotta dance like do the Bollywood dances, and then all the monsters like they get paralyzed because they start doing the dance, and you can run away, or some shit like that. Anyway, I'm really starting to think that the indie market is going to be where like most of like the really good horror games are gonna lie, and the mainstream stuff is just gonna be that like mainstream. Like you're just gonna have to like play indie to get like really like scary shit. I really feel like that's probably gonna be the future for horror. Because all the last couple of horror games that have come out that like are mainstream, they haven't really been like that scary. And on top of that, like they're very like safe scary, they're not really exploring crazy themes. Well, on the contrast, I've seen indie games that really explore really dark shit, and it's like really good psychological horror in comparison. Yeah, they're budgeted, they look budgeted, but they're like just better experiences overall. Like there was a game that I heard about called I'm Not a Human or something like that, and you're like this guy, and you like have these people that have to stay in your house. I don't know what about the devs if they're woke or not, but the game was pretty crazy. It looked pretty like psychologically like interesting.
I know that
So
game. I think it
yeah,
was made by, Eastern Europeans, so maybe they're not woke.
maybe. But when I saw the guy playing it, it didn't seem like there was woke shit in it, and it was really interesting. Yeah, the graphics sucked. It looked like a point and click PC game, but for the most part. But like I was like, wow, this is actually pretty interesting compared to whatever modern slop you get now. Like Dead
Oh,
Space
there was actually
remastered.
an indie horror game I saw. I don't
Mhm.
remember the name of it, but you start up in a hospital. He plays like this guy. I think it's like set in the '90s, and it's supposed to have it's trying to replicate like Resident Evil like 2, like the graphics, like that like PS1 type of look to it, and actually does look looks pretty good.
Crow
I think
Country.
right now it's only going to be coming to. What was
Was
that?
it called Crow Country?
I don't think so. I'm not
That's
sure.
not in
I
the
could be wrong,
90s
but
too.
Yo, Silas, what's up, man? Yeah, it's cool, man. If you tired, man, get some rest. But thanks for stopping by and dropping a like. You're the man, bro.
oh, hey
Thank you.
Silas. Thanks for stopping by. Take it easy, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, like indie horror seems to be like more like
And I
experimental.
forgot. Tormented Souls too. That's another one I want to get. I want to get the first one before I even like bother with the second one. So that's another one.
You know what was the last good? I feel like the last actually legitimately like scary Resident Evil was probably 7, where like, there was like a really like intense like focus on trying to be scary. Whether it scared you or not is subjective, but I feel like it really tried. It really did try to be as creepy as possible. Um, and I feel like 8 had that one moment where like the Belladonna, what's her name, Belladonna house or Bella something, I forgot the name. Uh, Whatever the woman's name is with the puppet, with the dolls and stuff, and the baby. Like that part was like they tried to be creepy and scary, but mostly 7, I think, was their last like real attempt at full on horror. And also, Capcom has to stop putting enemies that drop gold and shit. Like honestly, this is going to be a little bit of a rant, guys. If I'm roundhouse kicking monsters, getting gold from them, doing crazy like combos on them, and then like picking up gold to upgrade guns and stuff, it instantly makes me no longer afraid because then we enter devil. I'm not saying I'm like truly scared, but I guess it takes me out of the immersion of the horror environment because now I feel like I'm just playing a Devil May Cry game or something like that, where like the monsters have a creepy aesthetic, but they're just like random generic enemies to fight. So I feel like Capcom has to stop that. Like you kill an enemy and get bars of gold and shit like that. Just stop doing that. It's not good. It doesn't. It is not good horror. Like the part in the beginning with the lichens where they're like hunting you down and shit, and there's a ton of them and they're hard to kill. That's actually like atmospheric and it gives a kind of sense of fear where like it's not like fear, like psychological. It's like more like you're getting attacked by a wild animal and you're trying to survive kind of deal. But then the second they started adding the upgrades, the weapon customization, the weird anime shit, then I was like, all right, you took me out yet again. So just worth mentioning. Resident Evil feels more like action sci-fi these days than it does like full-on horror.
Yeah, I mean, Resident Evil always was more an action game than a horror. Like even the OG ones, the um, I don't know what camera style it's called. It's not third person, but fixed
Over
camera.
the over oh yeah, fixed camera, yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Hold on, real quick. Tasty Z and Y chromosome. I don't remember the name of the game. But also the Tasty Z. There is a. I heard, I actually saw something earlier today that there's like in a game that's inspired by Parasite Eve. But I think it has more like an anime like art style to it. But yeah, that actually is a game similar to it that's in development. I think it's coming out on PC and consoles. I think, but I don't know when.
Resident Evil, oh shit. Oh no. I'll be back.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
But yeah, to what you were saying, Madar.
The thing about the Silent Hill F game, like D-Day Direwolf at the comment, like I've been saying this, a long time ago too, like that Silent Hill doesn't really feel like a Silent Hill game. Like you can say whatever you want about Homecoming, but at least it still feels Silent Hill. Like what is remotely anything Silent Hill like in Silent Hill F? Like I've been saying that, this I have a feeling that Silent Hill F was originally meant to be something else, and at some point in the development they slapped the name Silent Hill on it for,
That's what it
brand
seems like.
recognition.
Seems
He's
like that's probably
gone.
what it was. Ah, he'll be back.
Yeah.
He went to the other. He went to the other world to fight the patriarchy.
Oh no.
He's gonna start seeing massage in his head.
Also, now that he's gone, my character doesn't point his gun at, AP. Like my character icon is literally, Kevin Bacon pointing a gun.
What was that? Repeat that.
What? I don't hear you.
You could repeat that. I didn't get what you were saying.
Is my mic doesn't work?
No, your mic works. I couldn't make out exactly what you were saying.
Like now that, Jampachi is gone, my character doesn't point at, AP. Like my icon is literally Kevin Bacon pointing a gun.
Oh yeah,
Pointing
now
a gun
now I
at,
see now. Yeah.
AP's feels like, somewhat insensitive given his icon.
Oh,
Hello?
Retro Man. All right, no problem. Take it easy, Retro Man. Thanks for coming on watching the stream, interacting. Appreciate it.
Hello? You still here?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Like, these long pauses. I
Yeah,
always think,
sorry. It's
something
like a
wrong
it's
with
like a
the mic.
weird delay because of StreamYard.
Yeah. Also, but indie horror games, like, I saw some interesting ones. Like, I don't really play horror games, but you might like them. For example, Crow Country. It's basically like it has a fixed camera, like the old Resident Evil games.
Mm-hmm.
It takes place in a theme park, literally called Crow Country. It's infested with mutants and such. It's basically
Yeah,
an
I
old
definitely
school
gotta check
style.
that out.
Yeah, it's like an old school Resident Evil game. It's actually made by two brothers. Like two guys was able to make a this cool game.
It's actually pretty cool. It's made by two brothers.
Yeah.
I like that. That's cool.
So that's what I'm not giving so much, slack to, AAA, because, there are these indie devs, like literally two guys can make a really good game. Meanwhile, they have, almost infinite resources and manpower, and all they make is, dog shit.
Yeah, right. Like, like they got all these people, and it's like they released they put this shit out, and then it's like, all right, well, why are you making this? But then someone else with less manpower, less budget, is able to make something that looks far superior, looks more appealing, looks like it actually wasn't made with shareholders in mind.
Yeah, like it's literally, that Iron Man meme where the bald guy is complaining the scientists that they cannot build that reactor that Tony was able to build in a cave from, scraps. That's literally that.
Yeah, I mean that shows you what these people are capable of doing. That
Yeah, if you
they
have
can
talent, you don't need,
exactly,
millions
yeah,
of
yeah,
dollars
yeah.
to make something
The
good.
talent will show. Like you don't need like
Yeah,
millions to make something good and appealing, or something with passion. All you need is like talent and the passion you have, for whatever it is you're making, and people will take note of that too.
yeah. Also look at, for example, Little Company that was made by one man, like one single man. It's, become very popular.
Yeah, or even another example, Minecraft. I know it became
Yeah,
really popular and like overdone now, but initially, what it was very impressive, and a lot of
it
people
was an
enjoyed it.
indie. Was it an indie game? Minecraft was an indie game back then.
I think so. I think back then it was.
Yeah,
Like PC through 360 era.
Yeah, yeah, it was made by one guy. What was his name?
Notch.
Notch. There you go. Yeah.
I think his real name, Pearson, like Marcus Pearson, I think.
hmm Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
We are alone now. How you doing, Apollo?
Doing good. Doing good.
Your icon, something came from to my mind about your icon, like, it's Charlie Kirk in a Warhammer setting holding an American flag. Like,
Hell yes.
I know that, Earth exists in the 4K
Holy
universe, like
Terra.
Terra, again. Yes, Terra. Like, the United States existed in the 4K universe, like the USA existed. Hello?
Hmm?
Like the United States in the 4K universe, it existed.
I don't know.
Earth existed. Like, from what I know, like Warhammer 4K takes place in our world, just, in the very far future,
Hmm.
with some, minor changes. Like, it's kind of an alternate history, as far as I understand. Like, I'm not a big Warhammer, nerd. Like, I don't know much about it.
I mostly know about majority of some factions in the Warhammer lore, the chapters, the chaos, all that stuff. A
Yeah,
little bit of the wars and then Necron wars. Nothing too crazy in the deep, deep lore.
yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Ravi's
So
back.
So last topic. I hope Jinpachi's back by then. Ananta, web swinging drama. People are claiming that they stole it from Insomniac with Spider-Man. They were saying other things too, like they stole stuff from GTA. They took stuff from Watch Dogs with the spider
Yeah.
drone. I think they were saying with Assassin's Creed, like you can like crouch and you can like fucking walk on pillars and shit like that or
Yeah.
whatever. Like they're claiming a lot of things were being stolen. I think I had mentioned earlier on the podcast that it's like it reminds me when the guy, the original creator for Assassin's Creed 2, he was claiming that Shadow of War was by Monolith, that
Mhm.
game was copying, like taking data or something like that from with the animations with like the movement and all that. And of course that quickly was forgotten about. And I think with this, like developers a lot of times they take inspiration from each other. Clearly they start combining a lot of different ideas. I mean, fucking 360 and PS3 generation, after what was it, Arkham Asylum and especially Arkham City, was seeing a ton of games with similar combat
Yeah.
that they were taking that from, or even
There was that Mad
other
Max game
games.
that had that, Arkham
Which game?
style combat. That Mad Max game that had that
Oh
Arkham style combat.
That's, there you go. Yeah, Mad Max had it. I don't know if you guys ever heard of a game called Remember Me that was published by Capcom. It was
I
actually
remember
also
it.
made by Don't Nod.
Hmm.
Yes, it was actually a good game too. I think the Captain America game had that similar
Yeah.
combat. I'm probably drawing blanks with
one
other
Captain
games, but
America game that came out around the first Captain America movie, Chris Evans.
yeah,
That game.
yeah. On the 360, I think it came on 360 and PS3. I'm sure there was other games too. I can't really think of, but you had other games even like try to copy like The Witcher 3 in some regards, like Assassin's Creed Origins. Or even
Skyrim.
well, yeah, Skyrim. There was other games trying to be like Skyrim. What else? Fucking like a lot of games just try like take inspiration from other
Yeah.
developers, other successful games, and a lot of times it's very similar. Look at the Souls games. How many games is just like almost identical? Literally, it's
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah.
So it to me this is really no different, and and on top of that, Sony is like involved with the marketing. They might be the publisher. I'm not sure, but I'm sure they would have. I'm sure they would have said something by now because when they first revealed the game, they were showing the web swing with the girl. Anyway, so or another example, you have other Star Wars. What was it, Jedi Survivor or Fallen Order? Well, it's pretty much the same thing, both of them. They obviously took inspiration from Uncharted. They took inspiration from Dark Souls. So, they kind of mixed and mashed them together. You even had Castlevania Lords of Shadow, like take inspiration from the God of War games as well. So, my thing is like, I think a lot. Some people even claim that it's just a lot of like Sony fanboys like getting upset about it. I think that is the case. They're upset because they think like, oh, it only belongs to Insomniac when that's obviously not true. So, I'd rather people just judge the game based off if it actually is going to be good or not. I do feel like for the most part it will be the typical gotcha slop type of game. I would assume it will have more quality and like polish uh than a lot of the other ones out there, I'm sure. But I'm pretty sure like at the end of the day it's gonna have the same type of like monetization for the most part. But who knows? But yeah. Oh, Jinpachi's back.
Also about Ananta. Like, I don't really like this kind of anime style. This I don't know what's it called. This generic, that childlike
What's up,
appearance.
Emerald
Like,
Taurus? What's up?
Like lolly shit.
not lolly that like childlike proportions. Even the adults have like
Yeah,
big head, big eyes.
like lolly. Because I know
Yeah,
you mean.
kind.
I know you mean. Because even lolly, like a lot of the characters could be adult and they'll look like kids still. They'll be like
Yeah, these
40
kid
in the
like
yeah.
proportions.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
I'm more of a fan, the anime like, these interesting guys, for example, Vampire Hunter D or Ninja Scroll, that type of
But what
anime.
about
Like
Cowboy
those.
Bebop, Ghost in the Shell?
Yeah, those kind, this, more mature style, like.
You mean like yeah, I know what you mean because a lot of games overly use that style of like, like that very like what's a great example of that? Tales. The Tales games, a lot of them have that like everyone looks sort of like a teenager almost, even when they're adults. They all look like they're like
Tales.
15. Tales, yeah,
Uh,
Tales of Vesperia, Tales of whatever game, Tales of the Abyss. They have this look about them that they look like they're like 16 or 17, and they'll be like a 25, 30-year-old character, and they'll still look young.
Also about Ananta, that style. For example, the environments and tools and such, the vehicles, like cars, had this, almost photorealistic look, but the characters are, kind of cel shaded, like they have, this black line around them,
You mean
black
the
border.
outline, like the inky looking outline? You know
Yeah,
what that is? That's because they usually a lot of games they'll reuse generic. They'll like buy generic assets, like that. Like you can get like in a marketplace, like an Unreal marketplace, or like a Unity
yeah.
marketplace, and they'll be like
I
generic
know this.
3D models that they didn't build themselves. That's why like the style sometimes won't match with what they're doing with like what the game like the style of the characters. Like the characters will be handcrafted, but the trees and stuff will be like generic store assets.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, the visuals, like, the environments and such look almost photorealistic, but the characters have this,
Yeah,
cel shaded style, like it
yeah, but
doesn't
that's
really
what
match
that's what
well.
I'm saying. But that's what I'm talking about. They'll reuse generic models. They'll like go online
Yeah,
and
I
get
get that.
generic models, and then the only thing that's stylized is the characters because that's what they actually built themselves. But the buildings and trees and stuff are like just like photorealistic, generic. Like I'm not gonna say slop because they do look. A lot of times they look decent, but that's why they don't match because they didn't make them. They weren't handmade for the game.
Also about the gameplay, I watched that, 8-minute gameplay video, the car chase and such. Like the guy as a Chanshu, or how do you say his name? His ability is almost, Venom like that. The Spider-Man 2 game. Venom had,
Yeah,
like similar powers, like it's releasing tentacles and swinging around. It's more Venom like than Spider-Man like.
yeah, I get what you mean. Like they're like. Well, I mean,
Teapot, did
it's
you see the
obvious.
trailer for it?
Yeah, I did. Because obviously what they're trying to do is they're trying to capitalize on like that Spider-Man market. That like it's very clear that they want to like get that audience. So I'm
Yeah,
sort of not surprised that they're doing that. But I don't want to say the ethics of them because I don't want to say it's like unethical per se. But a lot of times they're just like copying. They're following trends to make money. And it's possible that they just really like those games, that they really enjoyed those games, and they just want to make their own thing, and they know they can't get the license to Spider-Man or to Venom, so they have to kind of improvise, which is fine, I guess. But
yeah. I mean, copying thing is not a problem as long as you make something, good out of it. For example,
yeah,
while you
Oh,
were not here, I talked.
no, I was just gonna say another example came to mind. Genshin Impact and that Ubisoft game. What was it? Immortal Phoenix Rising or whatever. That
Phoenix,
yeah, Phoenix
Phoenix.
Rising. Yeah. Uh, that took inspiration from what the fuck, Zelda Breath of the Wild.
yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, like it's okay to be inspired by something else. I just think that they wanted to make something with that vibe, and they had to use original characters, which is fine. I mean, I think really what the whole thing about it is like it's probably going to be like some gotcha, like what like Revenant said, like some gotcha kind of thing going on
yeah.
where full of microtransactions. But it's weird because when you look at the gameplay, it doesn't look necessarily like that's what it's going to be. What they showed doesn't look like you're going to get that. It looks like it's going to be a linear game, but
To
it's
be honest,
probably not.
it looks kind of, fake and scripted. Like it doesn't really feel like real gameplay.
Yeah, it looks like like when I look at that game, it looks like it's gonna be like a single player game. So that's why I'm kind of confused as how it's gonna work if it's a gacha game.
Also, what I wanted to say before, Revenant interrupted is that while you were away, we talked about a game called Crow Country. It's basically like an OG Resident Evil game, with a fixed camera.
Yeah,
It's kind of like that, it's inspired. It's not really a Resident Evil game, but inspired.
yeah. I've seen quite a few like that actually. I've seen
Yeah.
a
So
few
inspiration is not a
Resident-inspired games.
problem as long as you make something good out of it. But for
Well, I mean,
example,
Resident Evil itself is inspired by Alone in the Dark with the fixed cameras, and then Silent
yeah,
Hill wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Resident Evil.
yeah.
So it is what it is, right?
But there's a difference when, getting inspired or just copying something. For example, I don't think the studios copying Dark Souls because they really inspired by it. They just, you know, want to ride that train,
Yeah.
Dark Souls hype, want to get some of that Dark Souls fan money.
Also, from what I understand and from what some people have said, that it's actually easier to develop that kind of game. Um, what I mean is like the mechanics of Dark Souls are a little bit easier to polish and put in a game as opposed to like other kinds of games where like they require more like specific development, like something along those lines. Like they're like easier to make function, but I don't know how true that is. But I mean, if it's easier and it's a popular trend, it makes sense why they would do it. And when I say easy, I don't mean that it's easy, but it's easier, you know?
I think it's more of because popularity, because why do you think other studios try to make, for example, Fortnite clones?
But Fortnite clones are also easier to develop than, let's say, like a really complex game with complex mechanics. I think that there's a thing of like ease of production of those kind of games, plus the fact that they're trending together. Because like
Yeah,
that formula of like Fortnite and like all those kind of games is like a pretty straightforward formula to follow. And if you think about Fortnite's gameplay, it's like pretty like I don't want to say generic, but it's pretty like simple. So I think that with Souls games, there's like simple mechanics. It's like an easy roadmap of what you should be doing, which makes it easier to incentivize making those kind of games.
yeah,
Like for example, if I were to make a game about if I were to make like it's popular and like they've been done to death. So like it's like a fixed camera game. There've been so many of them throughout the years, and like they've been dissected so much, like Souls games has, that I feel like a dev would have like a clearer pathway to make a game like that than as opposed to doing something completely innovative or different. So the more mainstream a type of game becomes, the more it gets kind of homogenized, and a bunch of other people start copying the format.
yeah. That's basically what happened, the Dark Souls format. For
Yes.
example, back in the day when only it was From Software and a few others that had this, Dark Souls style of gameplay, it was good and people liked it, but nowadays it's getting tiresome because, basically everyone tries to copy it. Everyone is trying to make a Dark Souls game. As I said again, not because, they are, really like it, but because, the hype, the popularity.
Yeah, of course, man. Well, you look at Silent Hill F. Silent Hill F has a Dark Souls shit in it. Hell, even a game like God of War 2018 has elements of Dark Souls like gameplay to it.
Yeah,
So, I mean, it's not really that much of a stretch just to think that. I think that it's both. I think that it is because the popularity and how popular they've become, but also like the mechanical ease of something like that. Like, for example, look at GTA. Right when GTA came out, that was one of the first like open world games of that level. And so many devs try to copy it and failed because it turns out it's trickier to make an open world game than it is to make a linear game, right? There's a lot that goes on with it. So you started seeing like even back in that era, the PS2 era specifically, how many games were open world like GTA? Not many, because only as popular as it was, only a few people knew how to do that properly. So I think that that's also a factor. I think it's both. It's like popularity versus like the feasibility of actually creating a clone of it, whatever that may be.
It's actually hard to make, open world games today as well. I mean,
Yeah.
good ones. For example, let's say a research one for Starfield. Like that's an open world game that they marketed like, 1,000 planets. But the problem isn't make, a really big map. You can make a really big map. The problem is to fill it with interesting things for the players to explore.
Exactly.
Starfield has none of that. As I said, most of the planets are empty wastelands with, almost nothing on them.
Well, also, you ever play GTA 3?
Uh,
Okay.
I
So in
think I played it. I don't remember much.
okay, so
That's one
GTA
with,
3,
Claude, the
yeah, it's old. It's old.
Claude, the main
But
character.
oh yeah, Claude. Yeah,
Claude.
it's the one with Claude. Claude.
I
Claude.
think I
Yeah.
played that one.
So when you play that game, that open world is pretty much like just a backdrop for the missions, right? It doesn't really like have a lot of interesting things to do. I think the novelty of it being new was interesting to people because like, oh, I can explore these buildings, I can drive or whatever. But if you play it through a modern lens, there's really nothing to do in the city. But what they did was they made every area in that game count. Every mission utilized an area, utilized the vehicles. There was no wasted part of the map. It's not a big map either, by the way, but no part of the map was wasted. All of it was put to use with a specific purpose. So even though it was an open world game, it was developed with like the mentality of like what a single player game would be. You get me? It's like it was like developed in a mentality of like, all right, this is like where you're supposed to do this part of the game or this part, or whatever. While open world games now, it's like, oh, we should just add a desert, we should add a lake, and then you never go to the desert, you never go to the lake. You get what I'm saying? That makes sense? So you had like linear game design in an open world versus now we have open worlds and they just try to figure out how to use the open world.
Yeah,
GTA 4, I'm sorry, one more thing. GTA 4 does that too. GTA 4, the open world is not wasted. You can ride the subway, but riding the subway is part of a mission in the game. You can do bowling, but bowling is important to push the narrative along when you talk to Michelle early in the game. So it's really not so much that the worlds need a bunch of stuff to do in them, but there needs to be a purpose as to why certain things are there. And if you're going to add certain things, you might as well put them to use so it doesn't feel like an empty lot. Because at least within the main story, you're going to be interacting with these different environments, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the reasons I like the first Outer World games. Like, even that game, the maps were not very big, but they were, good, very well utilized. For example,
Yes.
in that game, there are very few missions that require me to travel to another planet. Like, every planet has their own set of quests that are, isolated to that specific planet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense, man. And I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Hey, Marty, how's it
I
going?
don't disagree.
Hope your
I
trip
don't
was well.
disagree.
Meanwhile, in Starfield, as I said, there are a lot of missions in Starfield where I have to, travel the other end of the galaxy. There's a good example. There is a mission where I found a stranded spaceship, and they need an engine to fix the people on it. The board need an engine to fix it. I can't speak. Basically, the people on board want you to find an engine so they can fix their ship and travel away. They are next to an inhabited planet, but said inhabited planet has no engine, so I have to travel to a planet far, far away to buy an engine and then travel back. Get it? So these kind of missions, the fact
Well,
that we travel great distances.
Well, look at Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas and even Fallout 4 to a degree, even Fallout 3. Let's look at the last three Fallout games. Every area you go to, is not completely a wasteland because there's things. First off, there are things that you can find. There are some hidden things, but there's also NPCs. There's certain quests that you can only find by exploring. So even then, the world doesn't feel like, even despite it actually being a wasteland because it's Fallout. There's actually things to do and interact with in the world that encourages you to explore, as opposed to like again other games where there's really nothing there. It's just a desert. There's no side quests. There's nothing. Maybe there's a
Hold on.
collectible there if you're lucky.
Marty, take it easy. Thank you for stopping by. So hope you have a good rest of your night, rest of your day, and catch you again.
Yep. See ya. See ya. So anyway, that being said, is there any?
Yeah, in Mago's point, yeah, True Crime, Streets of LA doesn't get talked about enough, and it should.
That's a great game. Both of them.
Yeah,
Fight,
great game. Yeah,
Streets of LA and also
That,
Streets of New
New
York.
York, and even
Isn't that the shooter?
Sleeping Dogs.
Sleeping Dogs is good.
Yep.
That game's unstable on PS5, guys. So if you play on PS5, just know that it's unstable on there. The remaster.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, because I was trying to play it the other day and it kept crashing on me. But it tells you in the beginning that the game may misbehave on the PS5.
Damn,
So it actually warns you. So it's just not. It's just like whatever, for whatever reason, it's not optimized on there.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so Apollo, did you talk about this subject?
I haven't. There's something funny about it. It got me thinking about the drama. I mean, the Chinese people are pretty good at making these psycho, leftists that like Spider-Man 2. Chinese people are good at making these liberals pretty mad. It's really hilarious. If it's true, they copied everything from these games. I mean, hey, that's hilarious. I find that very humorous. Like,
Yeah.
Chinese people, they're good at making the West people butthurt and angry. Like, oh yeah, they copied from Spider-Man or other games. I mean, hey, I mean, that's pretty awesome to hear about that. I mean, I'm not getting that game because I'm an Xbox guy. Like, but I've seen the trailer, seen some of the gameplay. I'm like, I don't know about this game. Like, I don't see myself playing the game. I would rather play GTA 5 online or Red Dead Redemption. Just saying, like,
Well,
you
I want
know.
to add something to what you're saying before you continue. China really copies a lot of like
Oh
shit.
yeah,
Like they copy like this. They're known to copy patents. They copy all kinds of shit, and
yeah,
they're protected because the Chinese government's not going to extradite one of their own over like a
yeah.
copyright over a
Oh yeah,
copyright thing.
Yeah.
So because of that, China is known. Everything that you have in the West, you will find a Chinese knockoff. If I come up with
yeah,
a device tomorrow that can do a certain thing, you will see a Chinese knockoff
yeah.
hit the market. Every car that you know about, there's a Chinese knockoff of that car. Every
Oh
gun
yeah,
that you like, there's a Chinese knockoff of that gun.
yeah,
So they're known for doing that kind of thing. Again, I don't necessarily think that it's necessarily always moral because a lot of times you have stolen patents, right?
yeah.
Allegedly, let me say allegedly.
You look at Delta Force. That's an
Yeah.
example.
You have allegedly stolen patents and stuff like that. So when you're stealing people's shit, I do draw the line there as that being immoral. But as far as copying game mechanics, like, hey, bro, if they want to make anime Spider-Man 2, then you really can't stop them. You really
Yeah,
can't stop them from doing it. Like when it comes to gaming, they're not stealing technology; they're just copying your idea, which is unfortunate. But at the same
yeah,
time, it's like you just can't stop that. Like because even a Westerner could do that. If a Western company has enough money, they can just copy Spider-Man 2 and put original characters in
yeah,
it.
Yep.
So
yeah. Like,
Well, other knockoffs come to mind. There was I don't know if anyone ever heard or ever played this game, Quantum Theory.
no,
yes,
It's
no.
like a knockoff of Gears of
Mhm.
War. It was on 360. I think it was
Hmm.
also on PS3. It was published by Konami.
Interesting.
What was the other one? Oh yeah, there was one from EA a couple years ago. It was like a knockoff of Monster Hunter,
Mhm.
Wild Hearts, and they also another one, Tokenin, the Tokenin series. That's like another kind of like Monster Hunter type of
There was that
clone in a way.
Dauntless game. That was a Monster Hunter clone too.
Which game?
Dauntless. Dauntless.
Oh, yeah. That too.
yeah. I mean, look, if people like something, they have a right to make their own variants of it if you're not doing it as a developer, right? Like, for example, if I want a new Arkham game, but they want to make Suicide Squad instead,
and I make a game with Arkham mechanics, like they can't really stop me because at the end of the day, that's their fault for losing out on that market to begin with. I only draw the line at stealing people's actual patents and their actual like work. So if I develop something like if I developed a complex system myself and then like somehow like they hacked my files and got a hold of it and stole it, then that's where to me the moral line is crossed. But if somebody says like sees Arkham and then they make their gameplay like Arkham, it's like, bro, like, you know, what can you do? What can you really do about that? That's just the nature of being in a competitive market, right? Like, think about how many things that we like that are ripoffs of other thing, right? Like, so, you know, I mean, look at anime. How many animes follow the like? First off, like a genre sort of almost comes to be because of people copying each other. Like, for example, the idea of like a shonen anime. Somebody made the very first shonen anime, and then other artists copied because they liked it. Somebody made the first Souls game, and other games copied because they liked the mechanics. Somebody made an RPG, and then other games started copying because they liked the RPG mechanics. So I can't really say that making something that is similar because you're a fan of it is necessarily bad. It only becomes bad, like I said, when you steal their patents or when you're like blatantly copying them, right? Like if I make a character that's Spider-Man and it's called Arachnid Boy, and he's just Spider-Man with reverse colors, it's like, all right, bro, like that's where you draw the line at. But you know, there's kind of like a lot of nuance there that's not so easily walked.
Yeah.
So, I mean, think about it. Without Doom 3, there'll be no Dead Space.
Yeah. I would say at the end of the day, me thinking, I mean, I really don't care about these AAA Western companies. Like, I mean, hey, man, China, I don't care what they do. Like, they could just steal maybe everything from the Western AAA game companies because usually AAA Western game companies are extremely woke as hell. So it's hilarious. Let them eat each other. Like, let them try go after China because the Western game devs or whatever, you know, I mean, how arrogant they
Let
are
them
towards
suffer.
Asia. Let them fight each other. Let China government go. Let them all fight each other. America, Western companies against Chinese. You know, you get what I'm saying. That's what I can
Yeah.
say. Like, just let them eat each other. It's like what Joker from Batman Dark Knight says. They'll eat each other. Let them do it. So, yeah, that's. I'm just sitting back like Shao Kahn, enjoying them fighting each other. Yeah, that's
Well, I
what I
do
can
agree
say.
they need to be destroyed, but I don't want to live in a world where China usurps the gaming
Oh
market
yeah,
to
yeah,
the point where it's so bad that like you have to play gacha games or play nothing, right? Like where they've
yeah,
completely taken over the
yeah.
market. Because in the end of the
Yeah, I don't
day,
want it to be like that.
Indeed.
I don't want China to have all my fucking information. They probably already
Yeah.
do somehow. I don't know, but
I rely on,
whatever. Like,
like, I would say I would rely on like South Korea, other countries. You know, you got Russia, Serbia, like
yeah.
those other places than China. So I don't know.
For all the
That's what I can say.
Russia gets, they're pretty based when it comes to like creating shit and
Atomic Heart. You got Atomic Heart. There you go.
yeah, and preventing like woke shit from infecting them.
Yeah.
Because yeah,
Oh
you
yeah.
could say that it's anti-free speech, but I almost understand why. Because look how it's poisoned like the West, right? Where like, people are
Yeah.
fighting over what a man and woman is, and
Yeah.
Russia's like, well, we're just gonna make it straight up illegal, so you can't. Which is again not freedom of speech, but it's pretty bad to like restrict speech. But I almost understand it, you know, because
Yeah.
it's really done nothing for Western
They don't want.
society but
They don't.
damage it.
Yeah, they don't want their people to get exposed to that, and then they don't want to have
Yeah,
little kids running around saying, I'm a refrigerator on the street."
exactly.
So
Like,
yeah,
don't
that's
get me
what I can
wrong.
say.
I personally wouldn't restrict someone's freedom of speech because even if I don't like something, I do believe people have the freedom to say what they want to say.
Right,
However, like I said, I'm not saying that I would do it or that it's good,
right.
but I would actually fight for that not to be a thing to restrict people's speech because it starts off with trans shit, but then what if it's something
Right.
else tomorrow, right? But I can say I understand why he's doing it, which is like a
Yeah,
different thing to get altogether.
yeah. That's what I
But
got to say.
yeah, because China, look, China makes some cool stuff, but then like at the same time, I'm like, but you know what? That data is all being collected by the
Yeah.
Chinese government.
Sometimes you have to play 50-50. There you go.
Yeah, so
50-50,
it's
man.
a double edged sword indeed.
Yeah, yeah, big time. That's what I got.
So
So Revenants, what's the last subject? You said there were 3, right?
Yeah, we got through all 3 of them.
Oh yeah, sweet. And it's just about 3:30.
Did I talk about all of
Yeah.
them too? I know I was gone for a little while.
About what?
Did I mention all 3 subjects too, or?
Yeah, you talked about Ananta with the, you know,
Okay, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah, and then we talked about Crimson Desert, and we talked about Wolverine. Yeah, we got through it. You
Okay,
had your say.
sweet. So,
Unless you have anything else to add.
pretty much nothing else. I mean, we did a pretty timely podcast this week,
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
but I think it's also because it was less people this time.
Yeah, we didn't have to
Um,
rotate. Really, we didn't have to rotate at all, actually.
so that being said, anybody playing anything interesting now before we close out, or anything that they want to talk about specifically?
Well, we can
Well,
assess what are they playing currently, and I guess also what they're looking forward to. How about that?
Good on Russia. Some people have too much freedom. Yeah. I think, you know what, D-Day Direwolf, I'm going to say this about what you're saying. I think that we need freedom, and I think that too much freedom, in a sense, when you have too many options, too much openness, it can cause people to make a lot of bad decisions. I think that it's more so that it's up to the logical people to keep things in check and repel bad ideas. When bad ideas are allowed to propagate, that's when things can get bad. So I wouldn't say too much freedom, but I think we have a responsibility to prevent bad ideas from propagating. I think that's more so what I would like lean toward. We have to like have open dialogue, not silence people, because if you could tell a kid not to touch the stove, but if you tell a kid if you touch the stove you'll get burned, and they see that and they feel themselves get burned, that's a whole different like kind of thing. I think that relates to free ideas and conversations, because when you talk about something, if someone says a man could be a girl and a girl could be a man, and you can logically dissect that and repel that idea, you're basically like publicly showing you can publicly show why an idea doesn't work, as opposed to silencing them, because silencing them doesn't really you have to defeat an idea to destroy it. You can't kill an idea. You can't. It's like what happened with Charlie Kirk. They did what they did to him, but his ideas still exist. So they didn't. All they did was just show how crazy they are. So in the end of the day, freedom of speech is important. Someone has the right to say that they can be a woman and they can be a man, but it's up to logical people, sane people, to repel those ideas so that they don't propagate.
Exactly. That's why we need more people to speak out. You know.
Oh, Deus Ex Remaster? Hell no.
Rid the world of insanity. Just like try to make sense of what's going on, and let people decide on whether or not if what the person's saying makes sense or not. You gotta
And
have
exactly.
you gotta provide logic, facts, and just
and reason.
Reason. Like have a good sound argument. Because you could be like you can know like, all right, this is bad, but can you articulate it in a way where it makes sense to the masses?
And you know why this all happened? I'm gonna tell you why we're in the state we are now. Because while we all talk about these ideas, right? Like we all have like the freedom to talk about these ideas. What happened is that the media became one-sided. It was a one-sided machine that silenced anyone who had different views. So the reason why we're in the state we are today is because they tried to stop free speech, because they tried to stop the dialogue, stop the conversation, right? Like they're saying like, oh, if you make a movie, you got to put this feminist crap in it. If you do this, you have to put this LGBT stuff in it. They're trying to force their narrative. And by forcing your narrative, you're silencing your opponents. That's how we got to the world we are today. So we need dialogue. And like I said earlier in the podcast, you're not going to convince the lunatic that whatever you can't convince a lunatic of logic. I mean, they're saying crazy shit for a reason, because they were already susceptible to those crazy ideas. But when you have a person who's like, yeah, I believe in this, I believe in that, like a lefty who's like tame, who's kind of like, well, I'm not like woke, but I'm okay with gay marriage. I'm not far left, but I'm okay with whatever. They might not be going crazy and be a lunatic, but they might lean one way, right? And when you show them logically why you think a certain way, those people that are logical, they can sway. The people that are like insane, blue hair, going crazy, those people are like lost. They're lost. And you're not going to sway them by talking, right? You're just going to, all you can do is expose them and show the world who those people are. And because of media and how it's been one-sided for so long, you've had the logical ideas being silenced while crazy shit has been propagating, and that's why we're at where we are today with gaming, Hollywood, etc. So open dialogue is pretty much super important. And I think that when you're speaking the truth, when you speak the truth, you don't need to silence anyone, because in the end, it speaks for itself, right? Also, people who silence you don't get punished. You got people trying to follow on Charlie's footsteps, getting ganged up on. Yeah, exactly. And those people, they just need to, like, look, I'm going to say something controversial. Well, plus it can help people change their minds or change your mind by offering. Yeah, exactly, Emerald. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm getting at. So here's the thing, and I'm going to tell you guys this. It's going to be kind of controversial. Your rights, your freedoms, your belief systems are only as valuable as your ability to defend them. Whether it be debate, whether it be physically, whatever it may be, you need to be able to defend your ideas. Doesn't matter if you're speaking from the truth, if you're speaking from reality, it doesn't matter. If you're not strong enough to defend your arguments, if somebody can physically push you around and force you to be silenced, then your idea is only worth as much as as much as that is, right? Like if someone could say, if a gang shows up and you're like, yo, we don't like what you're thinking, what you're saying, we're gonna say it again, we're gonna kick your ass. If they're able to do that to you, they can suppress your free speech. So your free speech is only as good as your ability to defend it. And that's why I say training is important, physical training is important, the right to bear arms is important, learning how to properly debate is important, because if you're unable to do that, then these people can silence you effectively. And it's a dark reality of the world that we don't really like acknowledge often enough. So I'm not saying going around like fighting everybody. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you need to be able to defend yourself on multiple levels in order to protect the sanctity of your ideas, to protect your autonomy.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the one thing that governments do when they want to silence people? Threaten you with force, right? Like, what protects like, look at the EU. The EU doesn't have any gun rights. They have like whatever, you know how the EU is. And then look at how the government just did whatever they wanted to them because they didn't fear the people. The people could not defend themselves from what the government decided to do. And now, even though a large majority of the population there, the native population, don't agree with them, they don't care because they don't feel threatened by those people. The government works for the people don't work for the government. So when you look at it from that perspective, it's very important to understand why you need force to defend your beliefs. You cannot have beliefs. You cannot defend your beliefs without force. So I'll leave it at that.
I agree.
About these Chinese and Russian games. All I want to say, and before I go, is that
it's okay. They are talking themselves out of a gene pool with Tylenol. That's crazy, Tasty Z. That's really crazy.
What?
No, sorry. Tasty Z said they're literally talking themselves out of the gene pool with Tylenol because a lot of like feminists are drinking Tylenol just because Trump said you shouldn't drink Tylenol so much. You shouldn't take a bunch of Tylenol while you're pregnant. Now they're going crazy and they're like, like it's pretty bad.
I've seen this trend. What? By the way, what's Tylenol?
You don't know what Tylenol is? A medication that affects, like I believe, it affects the blood circulation too. I believe as well.
You can buy it from Dollar General.
Doesn't it affect doesn't it affect your blood pressure too? Something like that. But it's basically it's basically a medicine you can buy over the counter that's like pretty common. But Donald Trump said, hey, you shouldn't drink Tylenol when you're pregnant, which is true because even Tylenol themselves say, allegedly, from what I remember, I got to say that just in case, but I don't fully remember. But from what I understand and from what I remember, even they say you should take care if you're going to take Tylenol while you're pregnant. So even the company itself, from what I believe, says it.
Even advised not to.
Yeah. So from what I'm saying, from what I understand, allegedly, because you know how these companies are. Who knows? Maybe like 3 years from now, I'm a big channel. And now they'll try to destroy me. Who knows? Whatever. Yeah. Point is, the point is that because Donald Trump said that, they're like, all right, it'll be like as if let's say people hated me and I said, don't drink bleach. It'll damage your insides. And then people say, oh, fuck him. I'm going to drink all the bleach in the world. And then they die. Like, that's pretty much what you're dealing with. So it's kind of crazy.
Basically, yeah.
I wonder if, Trump said, don't slap bears, and they started, actually slapping bears and get
Yeah,
more.
just from spite.
Would they
Yep.
actually do that?
Bro, never underestimate people's dumbness.
Yeah.
I understand the irony of how broken what I said was. It was terribly worded, but never underestimate a person's ability to be dumb. People will do all kinds of crazy shit for dumbass reasons. And all right, you know how you walk in a street. Let's say you see a sign that says "Don't go in toxic sludge," right? Like no swimming in toxic sludge. That sign exists because somebody will be dumb enough to try to swim in toxic sludge. So you have to understand that, like
The floor is wet sign.
Tide Pods have, from what I remember, Tide Pods say like don't these are not edible, right? Like the fact that you have to tell somebody not to eat a Tide Pod is crazy, but unfortunately that's the world we live in. So I never underestimate someone's ability to say something completely nonsensical, or even to have a belief that's dangerous and nonsensical.
Back to games from China and Russia. Like,
Uh,
I don't think gamers should rely on them that much, because Russia not much, but China is. I don't think it's a good counterpart, because, as I said before, China loves scamming people with microtransaction, and they also love censorship. Like,
yes,
China
that's true.
isn't good. Is China is just another kind of bad. Like,
Yeah.
Western studios aren't illegal, but neither is China.
Yes.
Russian games are are better
Russian
because they are
games.
not very. They I don't see them pushing
Well,
microtransaction.
well,
Yeah,
well.
very
Russian games are more like
bad.
that. They're just trying to prevent leftist politics from the
Yeah,
games,
yeah.
while like China is more like more
Yeah,
microtransaction heavy and shit like that. But to your point, I will say that when it comes to China does it's kind of like selective censorship. Like in Japan, violence bad, but sexualization good. In America, sexualization bad, but violence good. And in China, it's like violence and sexualization not that bad, but you better not have a belief system that counters our government's belief system because then you'll be censored. So it's just censorship, but selective, but more focused on something else selectively. Like, for example, like China would more likely be more likely to censor an idea that goes against like the country's values as opposed to something like violence or sex. You get what I'm getting at? Does that make sense?
yeah.
So it's kind of weird how that works. While like, so that's really what you have to watch out for, right? Like it's like, oh, anti-communist shit, ban it, ban the anti-commie talk, you know, or they'll have
Yeah, for
like
example,
yeah,
in Marvel Rivals, in the chat, if you type anything about Hong Kong or Taiwan or the Tiananmen Square, it will censor it.
exactly, bingo. So yeah, you have sexy women in that, but it's kind of also messed up that you can't criticize the government, you can't do certain things there. So we have to like also be kind of like logical and like really understand what you're dealing with because in the end of the day you're just looking at like different sides of the same face of censorship. And I think that like that's why it's so important that we get this like woke shit out of games because people need like we have to get it out of dominating gaming because we all should be able like in an ideal market you could have your Dustborns and you can also have your Stellar Blades without any controversy because they're just different beliefs in the end of the day. But the fact that people are actively trying to silence each other is a problem. So I think that we have to return to a day where you could have your like your walking simulator, fake deep, what was that game? The one with the girl that she had time travel powers, like whatever. Um, you can have your games like that, like your
Life is
fake
Strange.
Life is Strange. You can have your Life of Strangers and shit like that in Last of Us, but you can also have your Stellar Blades. You can have your Bayonettas. You can have um, your Blood Rains, right? And all that stuff. Like, I think that that's what we should be fighting for. More so freedom. And I think through freedom, you repel bad ideas. Because every government that or any system, when they have ideas that they don't like, the first thing they try to do is censor you, demonize you, dehumanize you, and that's what's happening. They're trying to dehumanize people that don't think like them, and it's because they control that industry for the most part.
Also about China, to your point that we need to get wokeness out of gaming. Like my point is basically that we do need to get wokeness out of gaming, but I don't think we should look at China for
Yeah,
help and for help, because as I
they're not the
said, they are
savior.
a
They're not
different
our
kind of
savior.
bad.
They're
They're
not a
a
savior.
different kind of bad.
Yeah, they're not your. What you're saying is they're not your savior, and I agree with that. Like they're not, bro. They're not your savior. Like in the end of the day, China funds a lot of the woke shit in the West, allegedly, from what I understand. Allegedly,
Yeah,
they fund a lot of shit in the West, and because of that, allegedly, it kind of shows you that they're just trying to take. When I say usurp the market, I mean make people lose faith in Western games so that they shift to that market so that they can financially profit from it, not because they actually are against that stuff, right? That's why Marvel Rivals could have like that's how like a Chinese company could, let's say, invest in BlackRock or something, but then the China itself will make a Marvel Rivals. It would be like me going to your becoming a worker at your restaurant. I'm poisoning your food, and then my uncle's restaurant across the street is basically making food that's unpoisoned. I'm purposely sabotaging my enemy so that I can take over his racket, right? So I can take over his business, his take that market away from them.
yeah.
So in order for those things to exist, in order for us to have like true freedom, you have to like remove shit. You have to remove the people in charge that are pushing one-sided ideals. If Trump's face was on a sign, they would go skinny dipping in it. David Francisco, no, you must get rid of leftism. There's no prosperous nation with them in it. You have to get rid of it, but what I'm saying is you shouldn't silence them, and you shouldn't make being you shouldn't give legal ramifications for being a leftist. What I mean is, like, if someone is a leftist and has leftist views, they should be allowed to have them, because again, that shit is a slippery slope. What happens when, let's say, you're more on the conservative side, but you don't agree with whatever X thing, and now because you don't agree with that whatever X thing, you're not right wing enough, and they start trying to silence you. Or what happens when you want a sexy woman in a game and they say, oh, well, this is against Christian values, so because it's against Christian values, we're going to ban it. That's when you end up being just as controlled as you are under leftists when they try to get rid of ugly women. I mean, of beautiful women. So you have to like get these people out of power where they control everything. But I don't think that like completely silencing them is the answer. I think you just have to repel their bad ideas with your like correct ideas and create a more balanced market by removing them from positions of power and having those positions of power be earned through merit, not through like nepotism, not through DEI, not through special interest groups, but because they were good enough to earn their right to be a director or to be a a lead artist or whatever. And I think that's how you actually fight the woke shit. Because then you'll end up with dumb shit like what John De La Rose was saying and Melanie Mack talking about how Stellar Blade and The First Descendant are porn, which is completely retarded, by the way. And what he did was completely retarded because he has books that have females on the covers that are in bodysuits just like First Descendant. So it's hypocritical. Mm-hmm. So I don't necessarily think that removing them entirely is what you need to do. You have to remove them from having complete control over the industry. That's what you have to do. Because again, like I said, it's a slippery slope. One day it's like, oh yeah, you can't be a man and woman, which is true. But then tomorrow it's like, yeah, but your games, women are too sexy. We think it's porn, and we don't think your adult, mature game for adults should have sexy women in it. So we're gonna ban it. And if that's the world you want to live in, that's fine. But that's not the world I want to live in. I like having freedom. I like being able to decide for myself as much as possible.
Same. I agree.
So.
Yeah,
but let's get to the outros. We've been going on.
Wait, what did Madar say?
Oh,
before you go?
Okay. I get what you're saying, but the problem is that creating an actual, meritocratic government or something is almost impossible because there'll always be people who, try to subvert it for their own interest.
I guess, but there's a level of like numbers don't lie, right? Like, for example, like if I'm trying to apply for Harvard and my grades aren't good enough, then my grades aren't good enough. They just aren't good enough. Like that, like people have to accept that this is the dark part of it that people don't want to accept. sometimes, you know what? In reality, sometimes in life, it's not fair. Some people, they just have an advantage over you. If I'm playing basketball and I'm not a 7 foot tall black dude or like a 6'10" Russian, whatever, like I'm probably not going to make it in the NBA, not because of my race or my height, even though I'm a pretty tall guy, I'm not that tall, but it doesn't matter because in the end of the day, I am just not able to perform at the level that they can. So in the end of the day, we just have to accept that. Look, if all the dudes going to Harvard are a bunch of Asian dudes and those guys become doctors and shit like that, I'd rather those guys be doctors where you have the smarter, more capable doctors, smarter, more capable doctors than have a bunch of people that were put there because we try to create an artificial sense of equal opportunity. Because the reality is, like, people have a wide range of differences, right? Like, my eyesight could be worse than yours, and just that difference in eyesight alone could drastically change how we do things in life and how we operate and the things we engage with. So I don't think that a meritocracy is really a bad thing. I think we just have to be honest. And if I'm a parent and I see, all right, all these people are somehow ending up in with these great grades that are allowing them to go into these like prestigious schools, for example, instead of saying, well, it's not fair because we're not good enough, I'd rather say, what are those parents doing, right? I'm a logical person, a person with sense. I'm going to say, what are they doing that is making it that their kids are doing better in schools? And I'll look in whatever ways that I can to maximize my kid's potential and try to guide him toward that path, right? If somebody is physically stronger than you, instead of saying, oh, he's stronger, it's not fair, I would say, well, what is he doing that's making him so much stronger than I am, or to my kid or my kids or whatever, that's allowing him to succeed in whatever field he's in? So I genuinely believe that people have a range of potential and that we have to find solutions to explore that potential instead of just saying, oh, because of your race, your gender, the country you grew up in, the city you grew up in, automatically we got to lower the standards for you. We got to do whatever to make it fair when it's not fair, bro. Some people are just going to be smarter than you. Some people are just going to be faster than you. You just have to find what your place in life is and maximize to the best of your ability. And that's a true meritocracy. And that's how you get like the best doctors, the best judges, the best athletes, right? The best baseball players, whatever sport, whatever it may be, is by engaging with that. Otherwise, you're going to end up having weird biases. You're going to end up with discrimination anyway, because then you could say like, well, this person's not smart enough, or this group of people aren't doing well enough. So we have to lower the standards or make it harder for people that are qualified to get into those fields, which is, again, if you're saying this happened with Harvard, from what I remember, if you're saying that the standards for Asians and whites to get into Harvard, I think it was mostly Asians, to get into Harvard is higher because there's so many of them making it to Harvard, then that's racist, because you're saying that, hey, because of your race, your standards are higher than everyone else's. Your standard for entry is higher than everyone else's. So that's why I kind of like don't necessarily think that a meritocracy can exist. It's just that it's a reality that people don't want to come face to face with.
No, I'm not saying that meritocracy shouldn't exist. I'm just saying this, it's hard to make it work in the real life because, even if you were able to have a meritocracy, there still will be people who will try to subvert it and undermine it for their benefit.
Yeah, but it's still a better scenario than what we have now. I would rather at least we try to have a meritocracy than not have one, because in the end of the day, every system imaginable can be abused. Any system with rules, defined rules, can be manipulated and abused. Look at the law. Think about it this way. You have laws in the country. Depending on the quality of your lawyer, they can manipulate those rules, those laws, to affect your sentencing. So even that system can be abused. There's no system that can't be abused. So I'd rather have a better overall system that has the potential to be abused, because a bad system could be abused too. There's no system that is foolproof of abuse. So I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're trying to say. I'm just saying that, like, I feel like we have to at least lean toward that and try our best to get there, because in the end of the day, remember Macho Man Randy Savage? He would always say, the cream always rises to the top, which is true. The best are always going to reach the top. How many people are in the NBA that were like low income kids from like inner cities, and then they're like millionaire NBA players? Because in the end of the day, they're the best guys in the NBA. Unfortunately, I'm not saying like they all are. I'm just using it as an example that like you got people that grew up like with rough upbringings, but their skill got them to where they wanted to go. And I think that if you're a person who's like really wants to be a doctor, really wants to be a lawyer, and you're truly ambitious, you'll overcome any obstacle in your way.
Last thing about your meritocracy is that I think, a meritocratic, system would be good, but I would add, meritocratic with some, gatekeeping, because as I said, there will be subversive element who try to, change that meritocratic system. So we do need some sort of gatekeeping to, not get subverted. That's what I'm saying.
Give me an example.
Let's say, let's say you have a really good I don't know, engineer or something. In the meritocratic system, he goes up the ranks. And now wait, let's change it. Let's say a company, because that I know a better example that actually happens in real life many times. For example, let's say we have a company. Let's say you, as a low-level worker, work yourself up to the top, and then when you become the boss, you fire all the other workers and replace them with, cheaper ones, because that's actually happened in real life many times.
But then that wouldn't be meritocracy, though. That wouldn't be meritocracy, because then those people would still not be qualified for those positions, right? Because they're cheaper, they're not qualified.
They say that they are cheaper, but they have qualifications and such. So
they would have to prove that. Like that would have to speak for itself. Like the companies, like the benefits of the company, the production growth, the result of hiring those workers, right? And even then, because of like what I said with meritocracy, should be about the best. You would, as a person, as an individual, you'd probably be individually able to fight that, because you could say, well, for example, in a system like that, you probably would have people that investigate. You still have investigations into companies. You still have these entities that do that. So I could say, well, hey, look at my credentials, and then I come here and then look at the people working here, and that private company or that government entity can check that company and see the credentials and see that, hey, something's not adding up here. Of course, an employer can hire you for any reason and fire you for any reason. But I think that in the end of the day, you're still going to, in that kind of system, the best reaching the top is going to ultimately be like the best outcome overall, as opposed to, because that could have happened. Somebody could come in, they could reach the top and try to get low-level people in there. But then again, that's still like going against the meritocracy thing.
In real life many times. That's what I'm using this.
But in those systems, a lot of that has to do with DEI hiring, leveraging shit like that. Like, for example, like the whole shit about replacing a bunch of American workers with Indian workers, right? That are probably less qualified, but they're cheaper. That's not really meritocracy. And that could be abused now. That does get abused now even. So I still think that the better outcome is...
I'm saying that, that can happen in the quote-unquote meritocratic system.
Yeah.
Like
hold on. Tasty Z, he's heading out. Thanks for stopping by. Check.
For sure.
Stream, being in the chat. Appreciate you as always. So you take it easy, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming in. We'll catch you later, bro. Always good to have you, Tasty.
Christian and see you. Leaving, so appreciate you coming on.
See you, Christian.
Checking out the stream, appreciate it. So you take it easy too.
Have a good night. Catch you later, Christian. But yeah, I'm just gonna wrap things up because we should get out of here.
Yeah,
let's wrap it up.
We have to wrap it up. Think about that meritocratic system. So when I said gatekeeping, like, I don't mean to keep out, I mean keep out people that try to abuse it. For example, at CEO, like that. People with merit can be, subversive and deceitful too. So
of course,
that's what I'm saying.
But listen. I'm gonna say this before we close out. Listen, I'm gonna say this before we close out. In this system, in order for a system like that to exist, you would have to do shit like what Trump did. like try to outlaw DEI hires, try to make more stringent requirements from companies so that, you know, everything's above board, right? Because you need investigations, because obviously everyone knows a company left to their own devices will do whatever they can to make money the cheapest way possible, right? Like companies are not known for their ethics. So
Yeah.
I think that in the scenario that you had a meritocracy, you would need several laws put into place first that would lay the foundation for a system like that to exist, which is why I don't think that would happen. Because again, if you have a meritocracy, the guy who reaches the top, who's skilled enough to reach the top, he's still going to have to hire under legal. He's going to have to legally hire people under certain what's the word for it, like certain perimeters. So, for
Yeah, for
example, like
qualifications.
yes, for qualifications, and again, that's going to be something that governments are going to enforce. Because if you remove, like for example, the DEI thing, Trump is trying to outlaw DEI. If he outlaws it, he has to enforce that, right? Which means he's going to have to investigate companies via the FBI and shit like that.
Yeah.
So, in the sense of a meritocracy, you're still going to have a government entity like the FBI investigating to make sure you are hiring the best people. Because I could be like, hey, I'm a Harvard graduate. I didn't get hired here. I don't see why. I have a good background. I have good whatever. And then you go to the company, they investigate and say, hey, why is he hiring a bunch of people from other countries who are far less qualified to save a couple of bucks? He can go under investigation in that system. Ultimately, people can hire for whatever means, but at least you have a legal right because, hey, if I could sue you for doing that, you have your right to not hire me, but I can also sue you in this case for discrimination because I'm saying, hey, I'm a Harvard graduate. You didn't give me the job for any real reason. You're hiring like quote unquote bums. I'm just joking with the word bums, but you know what I mean? Scrubs.
Yeah.
Then that would be under this system, that would be a faux pas that can be sued over. They can lose money. So then they'll be incentivized to not do that. And I think that's why I think it would work because you have to lay that foundation to make it work. You can't just say, hey, we're going to, you know, this is a new rule. You have to enforce the rule. And I think that's what would make the difference here. But anyway, let's leave it at that. You know, whatever.
Yeah,
It was interesting conversation. Everybody, let's wrap it up because I'm hungry. I need to eat food, guys. So Apollo Patriot, then
Yep.
then Madar,
Madar.
then
Yeah.
I'll give
Then
my
you,
outro, and then Revenant.
Danger, Bowser. You see? Danger.
Danger Bowser.
Oh, yes.
Duh. All right, so let's go. All right, everyone, let's give our outros.
Paulo?
Well,
All right. So I'm Apollo Patriot. I don't post videos on YouTube. Mostly active on the community posts on YouTube. Very extremely active on Rumble. I do a lot of gameplay live streams on Rumble. Apollo_Patriot. I would highly recommend get Rumble. Rumble has an app on the Play Store. You can easily download Rumble, and it's like an app like YouTube. Or if you're on computer, you can easily go to Rumble, find me over there. Yeah, that's me, Apollo Patriot, and that's what I got.
Yep, definitely check him out.
Pretty good.
Makes good content. He's based. Check him out on YouTube. You know, if you want to check out his community posts or any of his past videos, and of course check him out on Rumble.
It's pretty good.
And as usual, great having you on, Apollo.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
Always. Hello, everybody.
Okay, so Madara.
I'm Nadar Bowser. I have a YouTube channel with, I think, 5 subscribers and a few videos. Anyway, see you guys next time.
All right, Madar. Appreciate you coming on again. Always great
Thanks.
having you on, and you take it easy.
Okay, see ya.
See ya. So
Take it easy.
always good having you guys. So I'm Jinpachi. I do animation. I'm working on a game right now. I stream a few times a week. You can check out my channel. I have about 10K subs now. I'm trying to grow it. Hopefully, you know, if you're interested, you will subscribe and you can watch and see how you feel on there. If not, that's fine too. Always good to host with you, Revenant. You know, it's always fun. We had a good conversation. I think that, you know, obviously next Sunday we'll probably stream again. This Thursday I'll stream for sure. I might be streaming Wednesday. I don't know yet. Maybe Saturday as well. I'm not sure yet, but for sure Thursday. I have a couple things in the works. So again, subscribe if you want to keep updated with it. I'm working on a game. I'm working on animation, a few things. So for sure. But for sure check it out if you're interested. And yeah, thanks for having me on. And yep, have a good night. I need to eat. Your boy hungry. And I'll catch you later, man.
Yeah, of course. Always great having you on, co-hosting as usual. Definitely check out Jim Pachi's channel. Puts up good content. Been streaming a lot lately, so check him out there. So yeah, and Hakami, no problem. You can always come on next time. We can talk about what you want to get into. So as far as everyone else, thank you all for stopping by, taking time out of your Sunday, wherever it is, whatever time it is for you. Definitely appreciate it. Taking the time out to check out the stream, whether if it was for a few minutes or the whole thing. If you're going to check out the replay, thank you for that as well. Stay tuned for a video about Silent Hill F. And yeah, so we're going to head out. So you all take it easy. And until next time, peace.